Good morning, my
Shall I
lord.
start with the call out?
Sorry, I'm just I've got a very temporary glitch with my speaker on my device. Just bear with me if you wouldn't mind, please. 1 second.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. That's much better. Right. Thank you. Sorry, my lord. Before you.
Good morning, Mr. Rashad.
Good morning, sir.
Sorry, someone wanted to raise some point.
Sorry, my lord. Yes, before you came on screen, Mr. Lyons was asking me a question about a transcript. It may be more appropriate if he directs that to you himself. I don't think we have received our overnight transcript. No, we have not received an overnight transcript.
I have.
Well, that was my first question, my lord. So I'm pleased the answer in your case is yes, and we will sort out why Mr. Lovett and his team do not have that overnight transcript. We'll get that corrected now.
Mr. Lovett, are you able to carry on while that's being sorted out?
Yes, thank you. It's fortunately it's not a drama, but it could become one if we don't get our overnights. But thank you, my lord. Yes, I can carry on.
Is there anything else to raise beforehand, Mr.
Sorry,
Lyons?
one more point from me, my lord, and apologies. I just wanted to check your lordship has the live transcription. The registry think you do, but I just want to double check that.
I have the ability to have it. I haven't opened it this morning, but I opened it last night just to check.
Very good. Okay, that's all I had, my lord. Thank you.
My lord, before I recommence briefly with Mr. Rashad this morning, there is one housekeeping matter that I'd like to address you on, and that is what I anticipate is a re-examination point that Mr. Lyons has flagged overnight. He has proposed re-examining Mr. Rashad, and he will stop me if I'm overstepping the mark, but he has provided me with a document which is in the document bundle, but it's not in the trial bundle.
I don't understand the difference.
Well, it has been disclosed. It's been the subject of disclosure, but it's not in the hearing bundle.
All right.
So I'm minded not to object, but I would like to lay down a marker that very obviously the trial bundles are required under the rules to be prepared sometime in advance of the hearing, so that all parties fairly have an opportunity to understand the evidence that's being relied on and have the ability to prepare their cross-examination and their openings on the basis of the trial bundle. I won't object on this occasion, but I would like to lay down the marker that because Mr. Lyons doesn't particularly like the way things might have gone on the previous day, I don't necessarily want to encourage him to introduce further documents as we go through the week, but I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, well, the point's well taken, but I think in almost every case, documents are seen to be needed, which weren't previously thought. But we'll do it on a case-by-case basis, and I'm grateful for your non-objection this time. But the markers noted.
And my thanks to Mr. Lovett too. Thank you.
My lord, may I continue with Mr. Rashad?
Of course, yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Rashad.
Morning, Mr. Lovett.
I only have a brief question for you about the Pakistani school and about the new building on the school site. Can you tell me, are you aware of the date on which that new building was constructed?
No, I didn't remember exactly the dates because we made a lot of new buildings. It's for building. We are starting, I think, 2016 or 17, something like that. But I didn't remember exactly for PS what's exactly the date.
But the four buildings, sorry to clarify with you, but the four buildings are four buildings on the Indian and the Pakistani school site. It's not four buildings on the Pakistani school site alone, is it?
Yes, it's all one locations. It's 30,000 square meter. It was 2 school, then it become 4 school.
Well, I'm sorry to be particular, but it may be important. There are 2 schools. There's the Indian school and the Pakistani school, yes?
This is the old structure.
Sorry, just if I'm not understanding this, I just want to understand it. But there are 2 schools. There's the Indian school and the Pakistani school, correct?
This is the old building, yes.
The Indian school has, or at that time, it had 2 buildings. One was the yellow building, and one was the new building. This was at the time of completion. Is that right?
The time of completion, it's all new building. There's no old building in upon the completion.
So that applies to the Pakistani school as well. There was no old building on that site at the time of completion. Is that right?
Yes, there is no old building during the completion date.
And do you know when the Pakistani building was demolished in the Pakistani side of the plot?
As I told you, I'm not remember exactly what's the date we demolished the old building, but because we make some change in the locations, we moved Pakistan school, we moved the students in the site for Indian Central School for 1 year to have a space or to have a time to demolish Pakistan building, the old one, and to establish the new school.
I see. So that the children in the Pakistani school were moved to a building in the Indian school while that school was being constructed. Is that right?
Yes.
Can I take you then to page 2579, please? I'm sorry. Let's start on page 2578, the previous page. Now, this is an extract from the financial statements for the year ended 31st of August for the Pakistani school. And so I'm taking to an extract for the 31st of August 2018 financial statements. And for the record, that document starts at page 2560. Now, Mr. Rashad, the document, if I can go to the bottom of this document, the only reason I'm showing you this page is because it contains the headings that are relevant to the next page. So can you see under item 6, property, real estate, and equipment?
Which one, please? Number 6.
Item 6, just above the blue stamp. There's an item number 6 which says property, real estate, and equipment. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then along just below that, there are some headings. The first one is buildings.
Yes.
And then it says furniture and decorations, teaching tools, tools and hardware, and capital work in progress. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
So I want you to make a note of the heading on the far left, buildings. And then I want you to also make a mental note of that, the heading capital work in progress, which is the heading just before the total.
Okay.
And now we're going to turn over the page and just look at some figures. Do you see the net book value there as of 31st of August?
Yes.
Do you see that value? So that comes under the heading of buildings, yes?
Yes.
And then if you go along, That number is 109547. You see that?
109.
547. That's the number there. The buildings, the net book value of buildings is 109547 as of 31st of August 2018.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And then if we go along to the second number in on the left from the end, from the right-hand side. So the second number in from the right-hand side, that 2956046. Do you see that number?
Yes.
And that's under the heading of capital work in progress, yes?
Yes. 2,256,000. Okay.
Correct. 2,956,046.
Okay.
So my question to you is that work in progress, that capital work in progress relates to the construction of the new Pakistani school, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is for the new building. Yes, right.
Yeah, that's for the new building. Why then is there a number for buildings on the left-hand side? Because if you remember the heading of that left-hand side relates to real estate and equipment. That relates to a net, but that's a net book value of buildings, 109547. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
But there was no building. There was just one building under construction at the time, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think it should be after complete the construction, they have to remove this 109.
But why do they remove it? Why is there a book value of a building that does not exist? The building under construction is the 2956046. The building on the far left, 109547, there are no buildings because you've just told me that the building was demolished before the new building was built.
Yes, it's already demolished before we start the new building. That's right.
So that should not be there. 109547 should not be there, should it?
I don't know why they are removing it. Maybe they are waiting until we finish the under construction building and then they will remove this 109 from the books.
Well,
I don't know why I don't know why the audits they are.
You're talking to each other. Mr. Rashad, can you finish your answer, please?
Okay, that's why I told you. They just have to remove this 109 from the books after they complete the construction.
But why is there any value to the 109? That building has gone. It's been demolished. Why is there any value to it at all?
That's why I told you I don't know why the audits keep this amount in the book. It should be removed after we finish the constructions.
Okay, thank you. My lord, just if you wouldn't mind just giving me 2 seconds, quite literally. I think I may be finished with Mr. Rashad.
Take your time.
Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Rashad. I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Lyons, do you have any re-examination?
My lord, I have a few questions, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Rashad, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Mr. Rashad, you'll remember that yesterday, Mr. Lovett asked you some questions about vice principals at the school.
Yes.
I'd like to show you a document, please, and that is document G716. And Miss Flett in my team, I think, has now taken over conduct of the bundle.
Is this the original bundle?
This is the this is the original bundle. Your lordship will be pleased to know that we haven't got to 700 pages yet in the supplemental. So 716. Mr. Rashad, that's a document in Arabic. The English, can I just ask you to look at that briefly? Just the heading will be fine. And if you'll forgive me, I'd like to look at the English translation, which is found on page 719. Mr. Rashad, looking at the top of that document, what is the date of that document?
It's 27th of March 2018.
Again, looking at the top of the document, can you tell me what that document is?
Yeah, as I said, in the original one, it's internal visit also.
An internal visit. And who is making that internal visit?
Can you please for the original one? I can see the.
Could I perhaps take Mr. Rashad to page 721? So, Mr. Rashad, that question again, who is making the visit?
This is Wala Al-Ahmed. This is an inspection from Minister of Education.
Thank you. And can I take you back to 719? Looking at that note, can you tell me who Mr. Al-Ahmed meets with? Who does he meet with?
She meet with the school team and the school principal.
And who are those school teams? Who are they?
I know Mrs. Shanta, the school principal, and
just
APG.
pause. Yes, sorry. So Miss Shanta is the school principal, and who else does Miss Al-Ahmed meet with?
I don't know what she meet with whom, but I'm sure only with Miss Shanta and the school team.
Can I ask you to look at that note and tell us who she meets with by looking at that note?
Visit kindergarten and primary education. Mrs. Shanta, the principal of the school.
You told us Miss Shanta. So who else does she meet with?
Yeah, Mrs. Shanta and the school principal for KG and Mrs. Kuba Shema and the vice principal for the school and kindergarten and primary school education. She met the principal and the school principal and KG principal and vice principal for the school for the kindergarten.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Rashad.
Yes.
Can I now show you another bundle, another document? You'll remember that when Mr. Lovett was asking you about vice principals, you told him that there were documents in the data room which showed who were the staff principal, the school's principals. So
yes, sure.
Yes. And my team have had a look in the data room last night, and we've identified this document. This is supplemental bundle, page 231. Now, my lord, I don't know whether the wonders of modern technology have allowed this to appear on your system yet.
Robert, I'm looking at the screen now. I can find it there.
Okay, that's very kind, my lord. Mr. Rashad, can you look at that document on the screen? And
yes.
Can you tell us what that document is?
This is from HR systems.
And what does that document show, Mr. Rashad?
And this subject. And the
yes.
also. And yes.
The transcriber didn't pick up the word before subject. What was your word before subject?
Full name, positions, and subjects.
Thank you. And can I ask you now, please, to go to page, or for Miss Fleck to go to page 232. And Mr. Rashad, we may need to zoom in here. Could I ask you to look at line 38 of that document?
Yes, it is AMAN. It's vice principal for KG.
So what role did Miss Kaur play?
Sorry?
What was her role at the school? What was her position?
His position is vice principal.
Could I ask you to look at line 52?
It's 52. Banu Jacob is vice principal. He's in the position in the school, and his main subject is biology.
Thank you. And could I ask you to look at line 56?
Yes, Chabia, vice principal, and also HOD.
HOD, what does that stand for?
It's head of department.
Thank you, Mr. Rashad. And could I now ask to go to the 238 of that supplemental bundle? And could I invite you, Mr. Rashad, to look at line 216?
Yes, Anthony, it's vice principal, model school, K-10, and activity.
And what does KG stand for, just for my benefit?
KG, kindergarten.
Thank you, Mr. Rashad. That's very helpful.
I'm sorry, my lord. I'm sorry, my lord, to interrupt the re-examination, but because this is a new document, I wonder if Mr. Lyons can inform us the date of this document.
Mr. Lovett, I'm afraid, assumes too much knowledge on my behalf. But what I will do, my lord, is I'll ask those who are cleverer sitting next to me to remind me of that number, and I'll either tell your lordship now or I shall drop an email out. I think Mr. Wilkinson knows. Mr. Wilkinson tells me that from the data room, we understand that document to be dated 2018/2019. But what I'll do, my lord, is I will send Mr. Lovett an email with the document reference to the data room so he can look it up himself, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you. And perhaps I can be informed of the result in due course.
Of course, my lord, but I have no doubt that Mr. Wilkinson is right. So it's 2018/2019, but I just want to give Mr. Lovett the opportunity to test my knowledge, or test Mr. Wilkinson's knowledge as needs be. Mr. Rashad, a different topic, if I may. Do you remember yesterday that Mr. Lovett asked you about IT managers?
Yes.
And you'll remember that he asked you about a Miss Al-Tamimi.
Yes, Miss Maha Tamimi.
Thank you. And you told us yesterday that she worked at group level and not AJIAL level.
Yes.
And you also told us yesterday that there were 20 schools at group level.
Yes.
How much of Miss Al-Tamimi's time would be spent dealing with ICS?
It's since 4 years, but I think it's maybe 1 or 2 times monthly visit or something like that. But I didn't remember how many hours exactly, but compared to her full time, it's nothing.
And how much time would she spend on PES?
It's the same in one location. That's why if she's trying to visit the PS, she will visit the same times ICS.
And this next question may test your memory. What was Miss Al-Tamimi paid?
Sorry?
What was Miss Al-Tamimi's salary?
I'm not remember this time how much her salary, but maybe around maybe 1,000 KD, something like that. It was since 4 or 5 years. But as I told you, maybe monthly she make one visit, or maybe make a call, or maybe like a follow up, or someone from the hair team from the school. But as I told you, compared to her time, it's nothing.
Thank you. Mr. Lovett also asked you about the accounting team at head office.
Yes.
How many people are in the accounting team at head office?
I have Ahmed, the chief accountant, and we have 3 accountants.
And how many schools does the chief accountant and the 3 accountants look after?
The chief accountant, he looked for 4 or 5 schools.
And the 3 accountants, how many do they look after?
The 3 accountants, they're working in one of them, they work in AJIAL group. AJIAL group level is not related to any other schools, because he follow up with the international school outside of Kuwait. Like we have now a new school in Maldives, and we have some follow up with them, like some private business for the owners, and we have someone he follow up with the 2 schools.
Which 2 schools are those, Mr. Rashad?
Because right now they are follow up. See, in the before we have only one in the main office. He can follow up with the Indian Central. But now
he can follow up with the Indian Central School. What percentage of his time would be spent following up with the Indian Central School?
maybe 2 hours daily, something like that.
Thank you, Mr. Rashad. Lastly,
So
Mr. Lovett.
I didn't quite hear that answer. Could you repeat that for me? Maybe
Mr. Rashad. Mr. Rashad, could you repeat your answer to the judge, if that's possible?
Yeah, I mean the follow up from the accountant in the head office at this time. He visit the school 2 hours daily.
Thank you.
To follow up with the school accountants.
Thank you.
Mr. Rashad, my last topic is buildings. Can I show you page 1635? What is this building which we're looking at in this photograph?
This is the Indian Central School, the old building that's already demolished.
And what did the buildings in PES look like before the new building?
Maybe it's same this one or older than this one.
Could I now ask you to look at page 1636? Can we focus on the top picture, please?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Mr. Rashad, what is the building on the right, as I look at the screen, on the left-hand side of the screen? What is the building on the left-hand side of the screen?
It's the previous building is already demolished and established. This is a grey one. It's a new Indian Central School, new building.
That is the new building. And when was that new Indian Central School building built?
I don't remember exactly the date, but I think this is the second one.
Okay, can you remember the year? Which year? Can you remember?
Maybe 2017, I think, or 2018.
Mr. Rashad, if you look at the right-hand side of the photograph, what are we seeing there?
This is the yellow building. It is already built by the old owner for ICS. But as I told you, we already keep it in the school. We didn't.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rashad, I lost you. You said you kept it within the school. Can I just clarify that? When was that yellow building demolished?
Yellow building, it's running till today. We didn't demolish this building.
Thank you, Mr. Rashad. I have no further questions, my lord.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rashad. That's all the evidence you have to give. So thank you very much. You're free to go now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Lyons.
My lord, we now just need to perform a technological change, and I'd like to call Dr. Shanta Maria James, who joins us from India. Dr. James, I know you were on earlier. Could I invite you, please, to put on your camera and to put on your microphone, please?
Thank you and good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. James.
Good afternoon, my lord.
Good afternoon, Maria.
We'll just have you sworn in then. Saeed, can you do this, the official bit?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Doctor, please state your full name and occupation for the record. Dr. Shanta, can you hear me?
Is it addressed to me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's echoing. I'm not able to hear exactly what is being told on the other side.
Yes, please state your full name and occupation for the court's record.
Yeah, Dr. Shanta Maria James, the ex-principal of Indian Central School.
Thank you. And will you be affirming or swearing today?
A solemn promise.
Will you be affirming or swearing?
Saeed, I think that's affirming.
Oh, yes.
Affirming, okay.
Yes, please repeat after me.
Yeah.
I solemnly declare.
I solemnly declare.
And affirm.
And affirm.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence that I shall give.
Will be the truth.
Will be true.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Lyons.
Dr. James, thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
Mr. K.S.C.P will be sharing his screen with us. Could we have a look, please, at page 215 of the bundle? Could you identify that document? Is that your first witness statement?
Yes, in the month of April. I think
Yes.
14th April 2023.
And if we turn now, please, to page 224. Is that your signature?
Yeah, that's mine. Yeah.
And have you read this witness statement before coming to court today?
Yes, I have.
Thank you, Dr. James. And is the content of this statement true?
Yes, it is true.
And Dr. James, you pointed out to me that there is a slight error on page 215.
Yes.
That the date in the middle of the page is the 14th of April, and that
Yes.
accords with the date by your signature. But if we go to the top of the page, in the small block entitled date, what should the date read there?
That read 10th April 2023.
And what it says the 10th, what should that date be?
That's the date when I think we had a talk, and I just gave you the details.
My lord has the point that there's a slight mismatch, but nothing to it. Dr. James, can I now take you to page 301? That is your second witness statement, dated the 2nd of May 2023.
Yes, it is.
Can I take you, please, to page 305? Is that your signature?
Yes, that's my signature.
Have you read this
Yes.
statement before coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And is the content of that statement true?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Dr. James. Mr. Lovett will have some questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lovett.
Good morning, Dr. James. I just have a couple of questions for you relating to the Ministry of Education inspections and the requirement to employ assistant teachers, kindergarten teachers. Now, I understand your evidence to be that there was no requirement to employ kindergarten teachers at Indian schools. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And is that just a requirement of Indian schools?
Yeah, generally there are around 22 Indian schools in Kuwait, and except for the A grade school, we are a B grade school. We do not have any assistant teachers at the kindergarten level or any other class for that matter.
But A grade schools, are you saying A grade schools would have kindergarten teachers?
It is the choice of the school. There also many of them do not have.
But you said although your school was a B grade, it performed
Yes.
like an A grade. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, ours is a B grade school approved by the ministry, but we have all the facilities required more than a B grade.
And if
When
the ministry,
infrastructure is concerned.
okay, thank you. And if the ministry asked you to do something, my working assumption is that you would do what the ministry asked you to do. Is that correct?
Yes, what is required of the school as per the ministry's compliance with the ministry, we do it. Where it was not required for an Indian school, we used to talk it out to the inspection committee who come, and we inform them, and most of the time they do accept.
Most of the time or all the time?
Most of the time.
Can I please take you to an inspection report of March 2018, please? That's on, I'll show you the Arabic first, if I may. That's on page
Okay.
716, 717 and 718 of the bundle. And on page 718, is that your signature at the end of that report, Dr. James?
Yes, that is my signature.
And then if I could take you to a translation of that document, which starts on page 719. So this would appear to be a Ministry of Education visit, school visit for 27th of March, or that commenced on the 27th of March 2018. You can see that, yes?
Yes.
Do you remember this visit?
Looks like a translation.
It is a translation, yes. Do you remember this visit, Dr. James? This particular visit?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember, I think we had a gentleman who had come in. Yes.
And if you have a look at if we can scroll down to the bottom of that first page, the last bullet point there, can you see it says there are no female teaching assistants in all education stages? Can you see that?
Yeah.
And then if we go ahead to the last page, we'll skip one page. We're still on the translation here, Dr. James.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we, around about the middle of the screen, there's a bullet point which says provision of female teaching assistants for kindergarten classes. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see it. Mm-hmm.
So this was a ministry inspection report that suggests that you should have female teaching assistants in the kindergarten classes. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, I see that here.
And there is no suggestion that a conversation took place with that inspector or with the ministry to reverse that observation. That observation stands, doesn't it, Dr. James?
Yes, I remember. Let me check. Can I tell you the I remember somewhere in 2018, must be the same inspector who had visited. Whenever they write in Arabic, I do not understand what they write. I'm supposed to sign it. Fine. But then there is somebody who translates it for me there in the school, an Arabic staff from the HR department. And then I tell them my reply and they inform them. This is in 2018 March. And I remember this, that we need kindergarten teaching assistants. And I told the inspection person who was there that generally in Indian schools, we do not appoint teaching assistants in kindergarten. It has been so for the past years, from the inception of the school right till now. And the same applies to many schools that I know because we principals are together and we know what happens in every school. I had informed him about it in English and the translation was done to him in 2018, March. After that, I did not find in his inspections his statement of giving the assistant teachers, as far as I can remember.
So you're saying this is his inspection report? This is an inspection report.
Mm-hmm. Because it's translated from Arabic to English, I'm just looking at it right now.
What about all the other bullet points that are listed there? Were they addressed?
Yes, I remember installation of flag for salutation. Yes, we have done that long back. Provision of larger tables and chairs. Yes, I think we have given that. Provision of a playground for kindergarten students with a safe floor and sufficient games. Yes, I think it was all in process. I had sent it to the head office.
But you're saying verbally, did the inspector agreed that you did not need kindergarten assistants, or you just informed him?
No, I have just informed him.
Okay. Can we have a look at the next document, which is 1196, please? Now this is an English version of the ministry report, but the date on the top, can you see it's it looks like 1st of May 2018 to the 21st of November 2018. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then there's another date there, 27th of March 2018. And it
Yes.
says, so that's the same date that I think we've just been looking at.
Mhm.
And then it talks about the ministry inspector, Mr. Walad Al Ahmed. Can you see that?
Yes.
And again, if we scroll down, it says item number 11 says assistant teachers for UKG and LKG. That's upper and lower kindergarten. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then if we have a look on the following page,
Mr. Lovett, Mr. Lovett, can I be sure I understand the highlighting was done for the purpose of this litigation, was it, rather than original?
well, I'm not sure I can answer that question, my lord. No, I don't think we have highlighted that document. That was how it was presented to us. But I can find out and let you know. But as far as I know, that is not our highlighting.
Yeah, thank you.
But my lord, if it assists, the highlighting is addressed in Dr. James's witness evidence.
All right. Thank you.
And then Dr. James, at the end of this document, there's a handwritten comment says that the above work needs to be completed by August 10th, 2019. And then there's a signature, which is the 9th of June, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my signature, and I have written that over there. Can I explain this further?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, generally before vacation, generally by 10th, 12th, we are out of the country. And at the end of the year, there is a list that comes which has to be completed in the vacation time. Mostly they are all related to maintenance areas. In 2019, I think from May, if I'm right, I don't know, I'm not very clear about that date or month. I think it was taken over by the new company from Mr. Talal. So this document was put on my table for approval to do the work by the new management. Well, it was then I do every year ask them to maximum take care of the maintenance. That's painting of the walls, any problem with the windows or doors or anything else. These are the areas generally we work on. Well, KG play, I don't think I highlighted anything as I can see over here. It was a general term saying that the above work needs to be completed by August in 2019 because we will start coming back by August 15, 20, and they shouldn't keep doing the painting or they shouldn't be doing the repair work or the maintenance work or plumbing work, whatever is there in those areas after the school starts.
But this document also shows at item 11, it also talks about the assistant teachers for the upper and lower kindergarten.
That?
Yeah,
It's
let's
on
go
not.
back up.
Can I see
Item
that?
11. Yeah, item
Okay.
11.
Assistant teachers for UKG and LKG. Yeah, it looks like that. But I don't think I particularly meant that we have to get KG teachers because as I told you earlier, all the years, it's like 25 years of the school, we never had assistants in the classrooms.
But it was
And
it
one
was
thing I
something.
highlighted all this, I haven't highlighted these things. I think it's highlighted with somebody else.
Well, if we ignore the highlighting, but that's what it says on that document, yes?
Yes, it says assistant teachers for UKG and LKG. But when I signed, I don't think I had that in mind at all, because I always had it that we have just one teacher in a class in kindergarten.
But you didn't delete anything on that document. You didn't amend that document in any way, did you?
No, I didn't amend anything. No.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms.
Can
James.
Mr. Lovett, can I ask the witness, who prepared this document? Is it prepared? You may have said already. Was it prepared by you or by the school or by the ministry? Dr. James?
It's for me. No, this is not by the ministry. This has been typed out by the new management in 2019 who had come in. They have typed it out, and before I left for my holiday, it was given to me for signature. And then at that stage, you know, we didn't have time even to understand each other.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Any re-examination, Mr. Lyons?
Two short questions, my lord. Could I take Dr. James, please, to page 302? This is your second witness statement, Dr. James. Could I invite you to read paragraph 6 of that statement? It comes on screen.
Yes. Should I read it out?
Why don't you read paragraph 6 and 7 aloud, please?
I also note that certain entries on the document have been highlighted. That highlighting appears to have been applied electronically rather than on the original document itself. And I'm told that highlighting here bears the name Lena. Understand that Lena is Mr. Matthew's personal secretary. Number 7, I recall seeing this document in the summer of 2019, but I do not recall seeing it before that. To the best of my recollection, the document that I saw and commented on in June 2019 did not bear the electronic highlights that now appear.
What, if anything, do you want to change in those paragraphs? Are you happy that those paragraphs reflect your evidence?
Yes, because I didn't highlight anything in specific over there. As I do every year before vacation, I signed the paper that was brought to me. And as I told you, the management was new. And then I didn't even understand the style of working. I had to come back and we had to understand one another after that, after the vacation. So they said we had to do all this in the vacation. And that's where I signed the document. Yes.
Can I show you page 1197 again? What did you write above your signature?
The above work needs to be completed by August 10th, 2019.
Which of the above work was completed by the 10th of August?
When I returned back after vacation, well, it was with the new management at that point. Well, I can't recall what all were done and not done, but of course the KG teachers appointment was not done, no doubt about it. Until I left the school in 2021, we didn't appoint anybody as assistants for kindergarten as far as my knowledge. Because I was there from 2019 to 20, 20 to 21. For those 2 years, we hadn't appointed anybody. I don't know what it is now.
Thank you, Dr. James. I have no more questions.
Well, thank you very much. Then, Dr. James, thank you very much. That's the end of your evidence and you're free to go now. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Right, we're ahead of target.
We are, my lord. Mr. K.O. Matthew will be our first witness, please.
Is he ready now?
Here's my lord. I don't know whether it's still, we're just only an hour in, I guess. Would you like me to bring him in now, or would you like to take a short break?
Do you want a 10-minute break then, to have a slightly early break? and we may need another break before lunch for the shorthand writers, but let's have a 10-minute break now.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
So that's 1:05 our time. Thank you.
To resume.
Yes, my lord. Thank you.
Can I, before you call Mr. Matthew, what are we doing about the timetable? We've saved half an hour so far. Are we just rolling that into the defendant's witnesses, or are we keeping the half hour saved for other purposes?
I was anticipating, my lord, that if I try to steal that half an hour, Mr. Lovett might object. So I'm going to try and keep with my allocated 5 hours in total for the factual witnesses.
Very well, that sounds sensible. Yes, Mr. Lovett.
So, my lord, if I could call Mr. K.O. Matthew, please.
Good morning.
So, Mr. Matthew is sitting in our offices in Dubai, my lord, and off camera is Siobhan Brewer, who's my assistant, who I'm proposing will be in the room if Mr. Lyons agrees. And obviously she will not do anything other than help Mr. Matthew take Mr. Matthew to documents, if that's acceptable.
Yes, if she can be out of eye line with the witness, in other words, behind most of the time, would be useful.
Yes, my lord, thank you.
So you're happy with that? Sorry, Mr. Lyon, I should have asked you. Are you happy with that?
No objection, my lord, from my side.
Thank you.
My lord, should I swear him in?
Yes, please.
Yes. Mr. Matthews, please state your full name and occupation for the court's record.
Kalanchikumbal Oman Matthew, and occupation is Vice Chairman of Stellar, and in the schools I'm a managing partner.
Thank you. And will you be swearing or affirming today?
Swearing.
Can I see a copy of the Holy Book, please, to the camera?
Yeah.
Yes, keep your hand on it while on the camera, please. On the camera, Mr. Matthews. I cannot see it.
Okay, like that?
Yes,
yeah.
Please. Please repeat after me.
Okay.
I swear by the Almighty God.
I swear by the Almighty God.
To tell the truth.
To tell the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lovett, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Matthew, it's correct, is it, that you've made 3 witness statements in this litigation?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask you to have a look at page 281, which will hopefully just come up on your screen very shortly? Can you confirm that this is your first witness statement?
I don't think so.
Nothing's come up on my screen, but yeah. Okay.
281, yeah.
Yeah.
And this consists of 15 pages. If we could have a look at page 15, which is on page 295.
Yes, okay.
Ready? Can we have 295? And can you just confirm that this is your name and signature, Mr. Matthew?
Yes, yes, it is.
Now, I understand, Mr. Matthew, that there's one correction that you would like to make to paragraph 36 of your witness statement. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, please.
If we could, just for the benefit, for your lordship's benefit and for Mr. Lyons' benefit, what I'm going to do is just put up a markup of paragraph 36 for Mr. Matthew to look at, if that's acceptable. I think that's probably the easiest way to have a look at the corrections that Mr. Matthew wants to make to that one paragraph.
Sounds sensible.
We could call that up. Yeah. No, I apologize to Mr. Lyons that in the time that I've had available, I haven't been able to provide him with this markup. I'm hoping that it will be uncontroversial. I'm sure Mr. Lyons will tell me if it's not, but I do apologise that I wasn't able to alert him to these changes earlier. Mr. Matthew, can I just ask you and my lord and Mr. Lyons, if I could just ask you just to look at those amendments to paragraph 36. Mr. Matthew, are those your amendments?
Yes.
To this witness statement?
Yes.
And subject to that, or those amendments which are relate to the same subject matter, subject to those amendments, are the contents of your first witness statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. My lord, we will send, we will put this in the supplemental bundle, if I may, just this one page rather than load the bundle up with several pages, and I will send a copy of this across to Mr. Lyons and his team as well.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Matthew, can I take you to your second witness statement, which is on page 326 of the bundle? And this is your second witness statement, correct?
Yes.
And this is an 11-page witness statement. On the 12th page is your statement of truth. That's on page 337.
Yes.
Is that your name? Is that your name and signature?
Yes, it is.
And are the contents of your second witness statement true?
Yes, it is.
And finally, I take you to your third witness statement, which starts on page 342. Is that your third witness statement?
Yes, it is.
And it's a 4-page statement that ends on page 345. Is that your name and signature?
Yes, it is.
Can you hear me, Mr. Matthew?
Yes, yes, I heard you. Yes,
Sorry,
it is.
are the contents of that third witness statement true?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Mr. Matthew, Mr. Lyons would like to ask you some questions on your witness statements.
Yes,
Mr. Matthew. Sorry, my lord.
Yeah. Carry on.
Mr. Matthew, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, sir.
It's very nice to meet you, having read so much about you for the last year or so. Mr. Matthew, you're an Indian national.
I hold a US passport, so technically US national.
You're a US national of Indian lineage.
Yes.
And you grew up in Kuwait.
That is correct.
And you went to secondary school in Kuwait.
Yes.
Did you follow the US curriculum in Kuwait?
No, I followed the Indian curriculum.
And then you attended university in the United States.
That is correct.
You have put your CV in the bundle. And what we see from that is that you have had a varied career, but that you have been in the education market for some time.
Yes.
You are not a school teacher by qualification.
Yes.
You are not a teacher by experience.
Is it Mr. Matthew?
Yes.
When you nod, we don't get the
Okay.
transcript. Can't pick it up. So
Yeah.
if you would say yes or no or whatever.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Will do.
And you have never been a headmaster or a principal of a school.
That is correct.
And likewise, you are not an accountant by qualification.
I have an MBA and I have learned accounting, but I do not have a accountant by qualification.
No, you don't have an accounting qualification, and you've never practiced as an accountant.
Sir, can I answer the question? I sign off on a lot of balance sheets. I understand accounting very well because we're in business and we have to deal with it on a day-to-day basis. So I deal with accountants, I deal with auditors, I deal with the practice. I understand debit and credit entries. So all of these things are very clear to me.
I'm not testing your expertise. I'm testing your experience. You have never practiced as an accountant.
No, I have never practiced as an accountant.
Very good. And Mr. Matthew, do you speak Arabic?
No, sir.
Do you read Arabic?
No.
Is English your first language?
Yes, it is.
You are presently the vice chairman of Stellar Education.
Yes.
A Mr. Hamad Mejran Al-Hamad is the chairman of Stellar.
Yes.
He's an investor, is he, Mr. Matthew?
He's my business partner and friend and investor.
And just in terms of timeline, we're going to explore your acquisition of the shares in what is known as DAS, or the company.
Okay.
Just to agree on the timeline, the initial offers were put in the second half of 2018.
Yes.
The SPA was signed on the 15th of May 2019.
Yes.
Completion was on the 26th of June 2019.
Yes.
And so far as I've been able to tell from my researches, terms started on the 2nd of September 2019.
Yes.
You acquired the shares in the company.
Yes.
And the company had 2 existing schools which were up and running.
Yes.
And they were ICS and PES.
Yes.
And it also had almost completed the construction of 2 new schools.
Yes.
And my clients had also been speaking to the ministry about getting those 2 new schools licensed.
Okay.
Sorry, is that a yes, Mr. Matthew?
They must have been, they should have been, but I've not verified what the client spoke.
Okay, very fine. And so, Mr. Matthew, is it fair to say that the purpose of this transaction was for you to acquire 4 schools, 2 that were running and 2 that were to get going shortly?
Yes.
In respect of those 2 new schools, there was still a lot to do.
Yeah.
You had to decide. I'm sorry, Mr. Matthew.
Yeah. There was there was things to be done to get these schools running, the 2 new schools running, yes.
You had to decide which curricula they would teach.
Yes.
You had to brand them.
Yes.
You had to attract new pupils.
Yes.
You had to hire new staff.
Yes.
And I think it's fair to say, Mr. Matthew, that in the first few years of a new school, they would not be profit making. Those 2 new schools would not make a profit from day one.
Usually that's the case, yes. Yeah, usually it should be, that's right, yeah.
Sorry, usually it should be the case that they will not make a profit.
Yes, generally there was 2 schools that were running, so we transferred some students, and then we were in the middle of COVID. There was a few issues like that, but yeah, generally if it's a new school startup, it takes 2 or 3 years before it becomes profitable.
And that's simply because you have to incur the capital cost of fitting out the school and making it ready. You have to incur the cost of hiring the staff, but pupil numbers in the first couple of years are low as you fill the school from the bottom.
That is correct.
And you mentioned COVID a moment ago. It's fair to say that COVID had a massive impact on the education sector.
Yes.
In Kuwait, schools closed on the 1st of March 2020.
Yes.
And that was only 6 months after this transaction completed.
Yes.
The schools did not reopen for a further 18 months until September 2020. I'm so sorry, Mr. Milkers corrects me. The schools did not reopen for a further 18 months until September 2021.
Physically, yes, but we were doing online classes, virtual classes.
Yes. And COVID also had an impact on the parents of your pupils.
Yes.
Expats left Kuwait to return to their own countries.
Yes.
Sadly, people lost their jobs.
Yes.
And your school roll numbers were down.
Yes.
And you also transferred some of the pupils from ICS into the new Indian school you set up called Aspire Indian School.
Yes.
And Dr. James says that the effect of COVID plus that transfer of pupils was to reduce the roll at ICS by about 10%.
Including COVID, or there's 2 separate things. One is transferring students and the second is COVID. So there's.
I'm very happy to hear the numbers as you understand them. So why don't you tell us the impact of those 2 factors?
Well, we tried to transfer about 300 students, but then some came back because the fee levels were higher. They came back to Indian Central School. So we tried to shift, but parents have to accept as well. So don't remember the exact numbers, but I think maybe about 150 or so stayed in Aspire, and the rest sort of came back to Indian Central School.
That's the number of students who transferred back. Yeah. How many students left because of COVID?
In Aspire Indian School?
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking about ICS at the moment.
ICS, we had. We had like maybe now COVID takes over as well from March onward. So we had a lot of student dropout in the re-enrollment when the school began in September 2020. So I think we were down to about 3,300 students or 3,250 students, somewhere there. And then it, slowly started picking back up.
And that was from a high point of nearly 5,000 students, is that right?
About 4,800, if I'm not mistaken, around there. Yeah.
Forgive me for rounding up, but you lost well over 1,000 students in that period.
Yes.
And that, of course, meant that your revenues were down.
That is correct.
And to compound matters, the Ministry of Education also required you to give a 25% discount on school fees.
That is correct.
And that is for the academic year 20 to 21.
Yeah, yes.
Overall, Mr. Matthew, it was not a good time to be in the education business.
Well, we learned a lot. I mean, we learned how to go online and teach. We learned how to persevere. So yes, there was a drop in revenue, but we learned to cope and move on.
And it was certainly not a good time to try and get new schools off the ground.
I got 2 new schools off the ground. At that time, we got it off the ground. Not the best time, certainly. Yeah, not the best time, but we did it. Yeah.
And having got those 2 new schools off the ground, did they perform as you had hoped?
Yes, they did perform. Under the circumstances of COVID, they did perform as because we revised expectations as well going in. But having said that, yes, largely, it went as we thought it should during COVID. Yeah.
During COVID, but yeah. That performance during COVID did not match your expectations at the time of the purchase in 2019.
That is correct.
And just to finish that off, you opened Aspire Indian School in September 2020.
Yes.
1 year after the completion.
Yes.
And you opened it in the middle of COVID.
Yes.
With schools being physically closed.
Yes.
And then you opened the Aspire Bilingual School in September 2021.
That is correct.
And that is a school which teaches the US and the UK curricula, is that right?
No, it teaches the US curriculum, Common Core.
My apologies.
Yeah.
Can we talk now about vice principals?
Yes.
Can we look, please, at paragraph 34 of your second statement at page 336?
Yes.
You can see at paragraph 34 that you pick up that Dr. James and Mr. Rashad refer to 4 vice principals at the school.
Yes.
And then in paragraph 35, you accept that Dr. James designated these individuals as vice principals.
Yes.
You accept, don't you, Mr. Matthew, that when you took over the school, these 4 individuals held the title of vice principal.
It's in the documents, but we had never met these people. So to get a full sense of what a person really does, one needs their job descriptions. One needs to know exactly how they interact with other staff members. So just merely putting a title on, doesn't tell you a lot other than, well, that's the title that they have.
No, Mr. Matthew, my question was simply this. You accept, don't you, that when you took over the school, these 4 individuals held the title of vice principal?
Yes.
And these 4 people were treated as vice principals by Dr. James?
No, I disagree with that. I think they were treated more as supervisors and not given the, let's say, the higher level of authority or autonomy that one would normally accord a vice principal.
And these individuals were introduced to others as vice principals?
I don't know about how they were introduced to others.
Were you in court when Mr. Rashad was giving evidence this morning?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember that I showed him the ministry inspection report?
Yes.
And do you remember that at the beginning of that ministry inspection report, the inspector recorded meeting 3 people?
I don't remember, but
let me show you the document so that we're not doing it from memory. I'm sorry. That's to test your memory too, Clark. Can I go to 719?
Yeah, okay.
This document is dated the 27th of March 2018. Okay. And then below the grid, the school visit took place on Tuesday, 27 March 2018, when I met Miss Shanta Maria, the principal of the school, was Amajit Kaur, the principal of kindergarten, and Miss Shapola Shamala, vice principal of kindergarten. And my apologies to all those individuals for, I'm sure, mispronouncing their names.
Yes, I can see the document. Did you ask a question? I'm sorry, I didn't.
I was directing you to the document.
Yes, I have seen it. Yes, I can see it.
And you see there, don't you, that Miss Shamala has been introduced as the vice principal of kindergarten to the inspector?
Yes.
And you can see that Miss Kaur has been introduced as the principal of kindergarten and primary.
Yes.
And this inspector was quite particular. If we look at the next page, please. Down some more, please. You can see that the kind of things they pick up is the need to paint the classroom walls and to suspend curtains. And then on the next page, the inspector is also concerned about the provision of nets for the basketball court. What the inspector is not concerned about is that the people they have met are not vice principals.
You see that here the ministry is picking up during their inspection visual things that they can see and pick up and observe. So most of these things are, you know, wall needs to be painted or a flag needs to be put. It's physical things, right? But you know, one has to, at least from my perspective, one has to understand the regulations and try and follow the intent of the regulations and not just try to do only what the ministry says when they tell you to do it. You're supposed to know the regulations and try. And ministry is there to help you. That's how we look at it. So I cannot comment on the quality of the inspection. I can just respond that yes, what I'm seeing here is what you've presented.
But when you took over these schools, there were 4 individuals with the title of vice principal.
Yes.
Can you look now, please, at page 295? This is your first witness statement.
Yes.
This is a witness statement signed before you knew who would be coming to give evidence on behalf of the claimants?
Yes.
You see at the beginning of paragraph 52, you say we hired 4 vice principals.
Yes.
That was not true, was it, Mr. Matthew?
Let me put this in context. I was not preparing a legal document. I was preparing what I did. And what I meant or indicated to say was that we wanted vice principals who would act as vice principals and not just have a title of vice principals. So I was just trying to communicate that, you know, we try to treat them as vice principals. We raise their salaries to what it should be, and we wanted to engage them as vice principals. It was not, I was not trying to say that we hired, I mean, we entered into new employment contracts with these people. They were already there. But
let's see what you say.
Yeah.
You say we hired 4 vice principals. We did this through a mix of new hires and promotions. That concept of promotion suggests that the person does not currently hold that grade.
They're not acting with the authority that a vice principal should. One cannot be just a supervisor and then have a title of vice principal, because the whole school knows that they're just a supervisor and not a vice principal. So school needs to have a certain authority and decorum above and beyond just a title. So that's what I was trying to communicate, that, you know, we wanted them to really be vice principals to, you know, this is a school that's 4,500, 4,000 students. It's a big school. So you don't want to be just depending on one person entirely. And you need to follow the ministry guidelines. Plus, you need to respect those people and give them the authority and the power. And you kind of have to do all of those things so that they really act as vice principals and not just have a title of vice principal.
They were vice principals when you took over the school.
Entitled.
And they remained as vice principals. You did not promote them, did you?
Yes, we did. We increased pay, and I personally met them and I tried to give them job descriptions, and I tried to see, are they comfortable, and dialogue with them to see, well, why, if they were vice principal as in their title, why aren't they acting as a vice principal? And I was told, well, the principal likes to do it this way and the principal likes to do it that way. So we're really controlled by the principal. And then I wanted to establish some level of independent authority so that the school stands on its own merit and as intended by educational practice as well as ministry regulations. So that was yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Matthew, that is not a promotion. Giving someone a pay rise and coming to talk to them is not giving them a promotion. What I'm going to suggest to you is paragraph 52 of your first witness statement was deliberately misleading.
No, it was not.
And you only corrected the situation when you realised that the principal of the school, Dr. James, was coming to give evidence to gainsay what you had said.
No, I'm happy to. The purpose of this is to communicate and not be legalistic. That was I was trying to be simple and clear. Obviously, I was not clear enough, and you know, but the intention is that, well, if you have the title of a vice principal, I expected them to act as a vice principal, and they were not acting as a vice principal. That's what I was trying to communicate.
This, Mr. Matthew, is a document for use in court. You knew it would be pored over by lawyers, and you had the assistance of your lawyers in preparing it. The idea that this document is not legalistic is, with respect, fanciful, isn't it?
I did not have the essential content was prepared by me, not by my lawyers. It's my statement.
Do we go back to page 336? And can we look at paragraph 35? The issue you complain about is that the vice principals under Dr. James were teaching full time. You can see that on the second line, can you?
Yes.
Of that paragraph.
Yeah, yes.
Can we please go to the supplemental bundle, page 232? And I wonder, Ms. Fleck, whether you could just zoom in a moment, because I can't see that fantastically well.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Matthew, can I draw your attention to line 38?
Yes.
And can you on line 38 see Amar Kaur, who's the vice principal?
Amarjeet Kaur.
Go to the final column,
Yes.
and you see the number 18.
Yes.
That is the number of hours that that individual is teaching, isn't it?
At the time, or even now, I'm not sure. It must be the number of hours teaching, but there's no title to that document. It just says 18.
No, but we can contrast it, can't we, to some other people? So we can contrast it to line 42, Monica Joshi, who has 34 against that column.
Yes.
And can we slide down to line 52 to look at Mr. Jacob? He's another vice principal,
Yes.
and you see that his allocation is 20 hours.
Yes.
And can we look at line 56? And you see Miss Shaimala there at line 56.
Yes.
And her allocation is 14 hours.
Yes.
And can we finally go to page 238? Line 216.
Yes.
Mr. Nazareth,
Yes.
his allocation is 15 hours.
Yes.
So going back to page 336 of the main bundle.
Yes.
When you say in paragraph 35, we learnt post-acquisition they were teaching classes full time, that was wrong, wasn't it?
I wouldn't say that's wrong, because you may have, I mean, first of all, a vice principal should not have teaching hours. That's first. So number two, the number of periods in a class itself, there's a lot of work. You've got to do homework, prepare for classes next day. There's a lot of things that a teacher has to do beyond the contact hours with a student. You've got to communicate with parents of that class. There's a lot of work besides actual contact hours with a student.
We saw, didn't we, that your full-time teachers were working 34 hours.
Yeah.
Remember, we looked at that line, didn't we, where we saw an individual working 34 hours.
Yeah, there is regulations on number of contact hours that a teacher should have. You cannot put 40 hours in a 40-week teaching schedule. That's another violation of the rules. So if you have a 40-hour week teaching schedule, the contact hours for a teacher should be about maybe 25 to 30. Anything more is excessive. So you want to try and have, so if you're using 20 out of 25, you're almost exhausting all the contact teaching hours that you're allowed. So when I say full-time teaching, I mean full-time when compared with the number of teaching hours that's allowed for a teacher in a classroom face-to-face with students. You know, a teacher has that, yeah.
There were plenty of teachers at this school teaching in excess of 30 hours, weren't there?
There was teachers teaching in excess of 32. Yeah, that is correct. Some teachers, yeah.
And that was a full-time teaching allocation.
Depends on how you define full-time, because it's a little bit of a judgment call in the sense that in higher grades, you're supposed to have less contact hours. In lower grades, you're supposed to have higher contact hours. Means that you say it's full-time, it's not like a precise exact number.
And these individuals, the 4 vice principals, had considerably fewer contact hours, in each case 20 or less.
Compared with the other teachers, yes.
They were not teaching full-time, were they?
Maybe they were doing vice principal, or let's say they were doing a supervisor's duty beyond the 8-hour workday. I don't have their exact schedules. I don't have their job descriptions. These are all things that I was looking for job descriptions or operating procedures. None of those exist. So many teachers there work hard. I admit that. So are they working beyond 8 hours and then making up time, making up work? That possibly happens, but that's why I look for Could
you look at your witness statement and
yes.
Could you see what you say, which is you say they were teaching classes full time. That statement was wrong. That statement was misleading.
No, because when you say, as I said, when we say full time, it's the contact hours is different than doing homework is part of teaching. So in this context, when I say teaching, I mean, if a teacher is doing homework or preparing for classes the next day, in this context, I meant it that they were teaching, but technically you might say they were doing educational practice or preparing for lessons beyond contact hours. Well, that's a different way to put it. But what I meant is they were acting in the role of a teacher. So if a teacher has 20 contact hours, there's at least another several more hours needed to prepare for lessons for the next day and do grade homework in a class that's got so many students. So you really have a lot of work beyond contact teaching, and that's what I wanted to convey. And when you're doing all of those day-to-day responsibilities, to then wear another hat and work as a vice principal and coordinate and control other teachers, it's just next to impossible, regardless of what the title says for that person.
And you accept, don't you, that even under your new system, your vice principals continue to have some teaching duties?
Correcting a problem takes time, so we are definitely making progress towards that. We've reduced the teaching hours, and mind you, we dropped a lot of students because of COVID. We were not allowed to bring people into Kuwait from India because the airports were locked down, shut down. So over time, we have to correct the problem that existed before the acquisition. So it takes a little time and a little patience and a little bit of consistent effort to make the necessary changes. So that's the process that we're doing.
Mr. Matthew, let's look at page 1536, if we may. This is the contract of Binu Jacob.
Yes.
Who you, to use your words, promoted to vice principal.
Yes.
The date of that contract is the 15th of October 2020.
Yes.
Despite saying that these vice principals were required, it took you over a year to, quote, promote Mr. Jacob to vice principal.
This employment contract is during COVID, 1510, and so you really, So
you did not promote him in 2019, did you?
No, because 2019 we just took over the schools. We were trying to understand the operations. we were not given access to the schools prior to the acquisition to go and talk to teachers or understand job descriptions or look at class timetabling or schedules. We were not able to do any of that. So when we took over, we just had to get to every element of the school in a prioritized manner. And then when a teacher's contract is renewing in the following year, we kind of have to make the employment renewal in a timely manner so that they can decide whether to stay with us or move on. So there's always going to be a little bit of a lag between signing an employment contract and actually explaining to them their expected job description, their work instructions. All of that takes a little time to get that in place. And during
Mr. Matthew,
yes,
Mr. Matthew, you could have promoted these individuals to vice principal during the 2019-2020 year, couldn't you?
No, I couldn't have, because their employment contracts were put in place before we took over. So they come from the prior year. Yeah, so we couldn't do it.
But you can. Are you telling me that you cannot promote somebody and agree between yourselves that you're going to have a new employment contract for a bigger role on a bigger salary?
No, you have to go to the ministry. You have to sign a new employment contract, and just can't break a contract, and difficult, very difficult.
Not. Let me suggest to you that it's not at all difficult. And if you had wanted to, or even needed to promote vice principals, you could have done that in 2019 or the early part of 2020.
Sorry, next, practically impossible. If you mean legally, can you just sign a paper? Yeah, we could sign a paper because I'm an authorized signatory. I can sign the document that gives me the power to do that. But in terms of comfort level of people, explaining to them job expectations, and rather than just give them a title and say, go do this, you need to explain what is expected and why that's right and why the ministry regulations stand and how is their new relationship going to be with other teachers or the principal. There's a whole dynamic there, and I didn't want to break the system. When I just came in, just a month before that, there's a whole school culture. There is the previous management policy. I mean, I didn't want to go in and say that what the previous management did was wrong or the previous owners did was wrong. That's not my role to speak to any new staff. And I just try to gently get it in order. And that's what I was trying to do. And I didn't want to rock the boat and quickly go in and with a sharp knife just chop and change. And I didn't want to do that.
None of the promotions, as you described them, were made until October of 2020. And for his lordship's note, that's pages 1536, 1539 and 1542. Mr. Matthew, none of the promotions were made until October 2020, were they, to use your terminology?
Mr. Lance, if I may suggest, are you suggesting that signing the employment contract is the sign of a promotion to vice principal? Because in principle, I don't think that way. You have to put people into a position, and then if they're comfortable, then you talk to the principal, then the actual signature is just a reflection of a date that also has to take into account their contract renewal. So there's a lot of factors that have to be put in. So this document is just not a reflection of, oh, on that day you appointed them as a vice principal. The conversation and human resource, people are sensitive and principals are sensitive. I cannot go in and just override Ms. Shanta and say, well, this gentleman is going to be your vice principal from tomorrow. I have to get concurrence from Ms. Shanta, hear her out. At the same time, there's a timeline for an employment contract that you have to renew. There's a lot of factors that you have to do it in a nice and gentle way. And most of these people are still with us simply because we never rocked the boat to change the situation.
None of this, Mr. Matthew, appears in your witness statement. And the documents we were looking at were documents you referred to.
Well, there was a length of a witness statement. I was told it had to be restricted in size, and I just tried to follow that and keep the important points.
Can I venture, Mr. Matthew, that from your evidence so far, it's never your fault, it's always someone else's?
No, if there's a problem, it is going to be my fault. I'm responsible totally, not totally, but largely, and I'm happy to be questioned on that basis.
Mr. Matthew, let's move, if we may, away from these contracts to the regulation. You do not identify in your witness evidence any regulation which requires a vice principal to be hired.
In my witness statement, yeah, I didn't think I needed to quote the regulation because the regulations are known to us.
And the Kuwaiti law experts do not point to any such regulation.
The regulations are known. Everybody has, whoever wants access to it has access to it. So I didn't think I need, we've given the regulations to wherever we needed to. I didn't think I needed to quote it here for whatever reason. I was trying to make a simple witness statement for the court that's easy and simple to understand. And I was not trying to be legalistic, or I was not trying to go beyond my role of trying to simply communicate what was in my mind.
Should I be even done? Yes, please.
I'm not sure whether Mr. Lyons has disappeared. Oh, he's back.
My apologies, my lord. My internet decided to back up. The good news, though, is that I have the benefit of Mr. Matthews' answer on the live transcript, so I'm not going to ask him to repeat it if your lordship caught that answer.
Yeah.
What I'm going to suggest to you, Mr. Matthew, is the reason that you changed the way these vice principals worked and the reason you gave them a pay rise is because you had a particular working style and you wanted those vice principals to respond to your particular working style.
No, it is the regulation and it is good practice. It's not my working style. There's an established teaching practice. I mean, if you have a vice principal who's doing teaching, I mean, a typical mother has, it's a full-time job taking care of 2 children at home. And then imagine you have 40 kids in a class and you have to teach them and counsel them and help them with homework or answer questions. That's a full-time job to do that in itself. So it's not that I like to make them work according to my style. No, that's not a correct characterization at all.
Mr. Matthew, could we now move to the topic of top business, and can we look at document 756? Now, we're told by Mr. Rashad that Top Business is a well-known supplier of uniform and school books. That's right, isn't it?
They, Top Business is, I've not heard of Top Business. I've heard of somebody called Goel. I think Goel, probably uses this. This is their company. I've not heard of Top Business. Okay.
But you'd heard of Mr. Goel, had you?
I've heard of Mr. Goel, and I know that he went bankrupt as well, or he was going to go bankrupt, and and then something happened, and then he corrected the problem that he had. So that's what I know.
This is all evidence. This is all evidence you don't put in your witness statement, Mr. Matthew. Is that right?
I don't think it's relevant to the case, and if you ask me, I'll be happy to tell you. But I don't think it's relevant to our subject matter.
And we have a look at that contract. It's dated the 12th of June, 2018.
Yes.
You see that date? I'm sorry, Mr. Matthew. I'm afraid I'm slightly non-technological, and I need to find my own marked up copy.
I can see there's a contract agreement between AJIAL and Top Business.
Very good. Dated the 12th of June 2018, which is on the
Yes.
And then if we could slide down to paragraph 3.
Yes.
You can see the contract relates for the financial year 1 September 2018 to 31 August 2018. 2019, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Yes.
1 September 2018 to 31 August 2019.
That is correct.
And the company's accounts close on the 30th of June of each year.
You're talking about Dar es Salaam?
Yes.
Forget when they close, but yeah. Okay.
But do you accept that this contract was in the 2019 financial year?
Well, they signed it. You see, there's an academic year and then there's a financial year. So there's an interplay. You know, so there is if this Indian schools, they start from April 2019 to April 2020, the academic year. So the financial year is different than the academic year. And so schools operationally, you try and sell books to students before the academic year begins, irrespective of when the business office signed the contract with the supplier. So you have to sell the books by April 2019. Meaning before we took over, this book supply should have been completed.
We are talking here about the accounts. So I'd like to focus on financial years, please. And I apologize, I misled you. The company's financial year ended on the 31st of August 2018.
That's right.
But my point remains the same, doesn't it? That a contract from the 1st of September 2018 runs into the financial year, which ends on the 31st of August 2019.
Yes.
Okay. And if we slide down through this contract, we can see under paragraph 9, slightly further down, please, Ms. Flem. Thank you. That the amount payable for the financial year 2018-19 is KD 125,000. The first instalment of this amount should be paid in the month of September and the balance in the month of April.
Yes.
You accept, I think, that Top Business paid the first instalment.
Yes.
And they paid that first instalment to AJIAL, didn't they?
Yes.
And if we slide up to the page above, a little bit further, please. Some more. We understand why the payment was made to AJIAL, because they are the contract party, aren't they?
Yes.
You accept as well, I understand, that AJIAL credited to ICS the full amount of the 125,000 on the 1st of September 2018.
I've not seen the books of account of AJIAL. We were never allowed to see the books of account of AJIAL. It is not.
Let's go to page 819. This is the translation of the Arabic, which is on the page before, but I don't think you need to look at that as I don't speak Arabic, nor do you, Mr. Matthew. Yeah. We can see there a debit and then a credit into the Indian Central Schools account of 125,000. And we can see that happening on the 1st of September 2018.
Yes, okay.
That's an intercompany transfer or an inter-entity transfer.
I wouldn't say it's a transfer, it's an allocation. Money may not have transferred, but it's an allocation, not necessarily a cash transfer.
Well, we are probably just splitting hairs about words. It's a transfer of value, isn't it?
It's an allocation of value.
ICS or DAS get the benefit of 125,000 from AJIAL.
In the books of account, but not necessarily cash, but in the books of account, yes.
But if there is a debt passing in the other direction from DAS to AJIAL, that netting is of real value, isn't it?
Depends on who the owner is and at what point in time. If the holding company owns the subsidiary, it's really irrelevant because both parties are the same. But if the subsidiary all of a sudden is owned by a new person, well, then you have to make it up with a cash transfer because no longer is that necessarily correct. You have to make good at some point.
This transfer was made on the 1st of September 2018.
This allocation.
On the 1st of September 2018.
Yes.
A long time before your offer to purchase the company had been accepted.
Yes.
A long time before the SPA was signed.
Before the SPA was signed.
Yeah, a long time before the SPA was signed.
Before the SPA was signed.
Are you agreeing with me? What I'm saying, Mr. Matthew, is that this transfer or allocation was made a long time before the SPA was signed.
I don't know what is. I wouldn't call it a long time. I would say it's before the SPA was signed.
About 8 months, yes.
Yeah. Yes.
At the time of this allocation,
Yeah.
Mr. Algieri and AJIAL were not troubled by you or by your company, were they? They were not thinking to themselves, I shall make this transfer and I better make sure that Mr. Matthew is happy with it. They were doing what they normally did.
I do not know what their normal accounting practice is because we did not have access to their accounting policies, their policy manual, their procedures. We did not have access to it. So
you were advised throughout by PricewaterhouseCoopers, weren't you?
Advised about which element?
About the transaction as a whole. They were your financial advisor in the transaction.
No. They did some elements of work. They were not our financial advisor throughout the transaction, no.
They undertook the due diligence exercise for you and reported on it.
The due diligence did not consist of review of AJIAL's audited financial statements and tying it back with the ledger and none of those.
If PricewaterhouseCoopers had thought that was necessary, they would have asked for it, wouldn't they?
Or they would have disclosed to us that they've not done certain things, or they should have, yeah.
What had happened was that value had passed from AJIAL to the company by way of this intercompany transfer.
Yes.
Top Business paid 62,500 in September of 2018. You've accepted that already.
I don't know the date they paid, but they paid before. They didn't pay to us. They paid it to AJIAL. I know they entered into the contract, but when the date of payment, I'm not sure.
The date of payment is in the bundle at 1512, but I'm not going to look at it.
Okay.
The second payment was due in April of 2019.
Yes.
You accept that the last day for payment under the contract was the 30th of April 2019.
Yes, as per the contract which AJIAL entered into, yes.
It is not uncommon to be paid late, is it?
It can be paid late. It might be paid late, yeah. People don't always follow the contract, so.
We know that many of the parents at the schools pay late.
Yes.
I'm afraid that I know that many of my clients pay late. Are you paid late from time to time, Mr. Matthew?
Yes.
So a late payment is not of itself something that is surprising.
Late payments can be expected. It's a late payment is not a surprise. It has to be dealt with.
By the time the SPA came to be signed on the 15th of May, top business were just over 2 weeks late in paying AJIAL.
Okay.
That was not a matter of surprise or a matter of concern, was it?
Well, see, they should have sold the books in April of 2019 because that's when the academic year begins. And before the academic year begins, you sell books to parents. And then once you've sold the books and collected your money, they should have then paid the money to AJIAL because that was their contract, and they should have sold the books before students came to class in April.
I have no doubt that that is right, in much the same way that my clients who are presented with a bill should pay me within 1 month. But the world teaches us that that doesn't always happen, does it?
I didn't quite understand your point. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm trying to.
What I'm trying to do, Mr. Matthew, is ask you to agree that a payment that is 2 weeks late is neither surprising.
It has to be dealt with. I mean, if I sign a contract that I need to pay someone on a certain date, I try to pay them that date. But yes, when we need to receive, we don't always receive it that way. But okay, we have to deal with that.
Mr. Lyons, you're muted. Mr. Lyons. Can't hear you at all.
He's not muted, but I think there's something wrong with his laptop.
Your laptop is not working.
Could you please log out and log back in again? Mr. Lyons.
My lord, does that fix the problem?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, I apologise. Mr. Matthew,
Yes,
being
sir.
2 weeks late is neither surprising nor concerning.
Depends on who it is too, right? I mean, if I thought that somebody was bankrupt and then he's 2 weeks late, I'd be more concerned than somebody who pays regularly, but he's late. You know, I'd be less concerned. So depends on who the party is, and my interactions with them and my future dealings with them and their responsiveness, their communication with me, and their explanation of the reason why they're late. Were they proactive or they didn't reply at all? So all of those things would make a determination whether I'm concerned or surprised or whatever.
And the truth of it is that POP being 2 weeks late in their payment was of no concern whatsoever to the company, because the company had already received full value.
To which company it was of no concern?
Sorry, when I talk about the company, I'm talking about DAS. It was of no concern to DAS because DAS had already received full value.
No, if they received, if we were to receive full value, then the supplier should have come and given us cash. They can come and give us cash. Because if I say that 100,000 KD is due, then the supplier has to come and give me cash, and then that's good. But if they come and tell me, please give me a discount and I can't pay you, well, then all of a sudden it is of concern.
The DAS had received full value as a consequence of the intercompany transfer on the 1st of September 2018.
If there's a change of ownership, then if it's a receivable in the books of DAS by way of an allocation, then we should receive the cash because we're a new owner and there is a value received supposedly, then they should come and give us cash.
It's not an allocation, is it, Mr. Matthew? I now understand what you mean by allocation. It is not an allocation. It is a transfer of value. It is a form of IOU.
Who is it owed to? It's owed to Dar es Salaam or is owed to AJIAL? That's
the consequence of that intercompany transfer is that the parent transfers value by providing a promise to pay to the subsidiary a certain amount of money, and then thereon transfers in the other direction by way of book transfers, and those are netted off. This is a very simple process, Mr. Matthew. It is not an allocation, it is a transfer of value.
Then why does top business come to discuss with us? They could just deal the matter directly with AJIAL.
That's what they did, wasn't it, Mr. Matthew? Top business wrote to AJIAL to say, can we have a discount?
First they came to us, and then we referred the matter to AJIAL, and AJIAL advised us on the course of action we should take. They told us, don't give a discount, don't do anything, and just ask them for payment. And then we tried to communicate that same message saying, no, sorry, we cannot give you a discount and please pay. That's what we did.
My lord, I'm going to be a bit longer on this, I'm afraid, and I'm afraid that I'm making slow progress. What I'm conscious of is that I've been going for an hour and it's another 45 minutes till lunch. I wonder whether now would be an appropriate moment for a shorthand break, if that would be helpful.
It's half an hour till lunch on my timetable.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, I am content to keep going. The person who I was conscious of was our transcriber.
Can I just check the shorthand writers? Are you happy for another half hour? Don't know how they'll
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. So we'll break according to the time scale at 14:45 Dubai time or 11:45 UK time, which is just under half an hour.
Very good. I wonder whether I could take you to page 1302.
Yes.
And this is an email chain. And let's go to the bottom of the page of 1302. And let's see what happens. Down some more, please, Ms. Flack. Thank you. To the bottom of the page.
Yes, yes, go ahead.
You can see here that Ahmed Farag, who is the chief accountant at AJIAL, emails Subin Sebastian. Mr. Sebastian works for you, doesn't he?
Yes.
And so what Mr. Farag is doing on the 8th of October is sending to your team a letter received from Top.
Okay, yes.
And if we go up, Mr. Sebastian sends that to you.
Yes.
And then you copy Mr. George.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Sebastian copies Mr. George. And then further up the page, you send it to Mr. Alfalar.
Yes.
That letter of the 8th of October was the first time you had heard from Top.
No, they came to our school and tried to ask us for a discount. They came to Indian Central School and they tried to ask us for a discount, and then we generally, try to say, like, please put your request in writing, because if somebody offered a discount or promised a discount, or if there's any other discussion, it's just helpful to have an email rather than just any individual have a private conversation saying, okay, we give a discount. So they came and tried to press us for a discount, and then kind of said, okay, put it in writing, and then we'll study it and think about it. And that's what happened. So it's not the first time. The email that you're evidencing is not the first time that they approached us.
Where do I find that in your witness statement, Mr. Matthew?
I didn't think it was relevant to put when Top Business approached me as the first time. I didn't think that was relevant.
Can we look at page 286? We discovered after completion that on 8th October 2019, Top Business, which was responsible for supplying notebooks and textbooks, sent a letter to Mr. Ahmed Faraj.
Yes.
The summary is that Top Business had previously agreed to pay.
Top Business had contracted to pay to AJIAL. Yes.
You can, perhaps Ms. Fleck could move down so you can see the full paragraph. And some more, please, Ms. Fleck. Perhaps onto the next page.
Yeah.
So you tell the court at paragraph 25 that there's a letter on the 8th of October, and then you set out the background to this contract. You don't think it's pertinent, you don't think it's relevant to tell the court that you had prior discussions?
No, what I mean to say was that on October 9th or October 8th is when we received the letter. I wasn't trying to communicate when I first had a discussion. I'm just saying here that we got them to write and put it in writing on October the 8th or whatever the date was. We just tried to, they spoke to us, but then we tried to get them to write it and put it down. That's all.
Could we look at paragraph 26? If you pick it up in the middle of that paragraph, when AJIAL raised this issue with us on 8 October 2019, they did not propose an appropriate accounting solution to this issue. They simply suggested that we look for another supplier.
Yes.
Isn't the impression created by that paragraph that the first time you had heard from Top was on the 8th of October?
No, because this is AJIAL. AJIAL raised it with us on October 8th, but Top Business was coming to our school and asking for a discount. And then we referred the matter to AJIAL, and they raised it with us on 8th October, but they were the top business was talking to us or our school representatives at that time prior to October 8th, and then AJIAL raised the issue to us on that date.
Can we look at page 1304, which is the letter itself? Dear Mr. Mahmood, sir, good afternoon. I hope this finds you well. This is with regards to the open house sale in the school for books and other educational items. They talk about issues, they talk about refunds, they talk about negative impact. They talk about the request for a discount, a promise to pay 17,500 KD. What they don't say at any point is I've spoken to Mr. Matthew about this, and he suggested I should come and talk to you.
See, first of all, this letter, there's no date on this letter. That's number one. I don't see a date, and I don't understand why a letter doesn't have a date. That's one. Secondly, the actual or most of the books should have been sold in April, because that's when the academic year starts. And if there was this supplier tried to raise the prices on students for their books so heavily, so much, because they needed to recover 125,000 KD plus more, and they raised the prices on parents, and parents were revolting. There was a lot of complaints to the ministry that book prices were being raised, and parents refused to buy books. Parents said we can get these books cheaper somewhere else, and all of these things were not disclosed to us by AJIAL when we took over, and there was a lot of disturbance in the school during April and May of 2019. A lot of disturbance, because when the academic year started, the books should have been sold, but obviously if you charge a customer a very high price, they will revolt, and that's what happened. And affected our reputation.
Despite this lot of disturbance, despite this disquiet by the parents, despite the ministry having been involved, you don't tell AJIAL at the time that you have discovered these issues. You don't write about this in your letters to AJIAL, and you don't tell his lordship in your witness statement about these issues.
These issues were before we took over the school in April and May of 2019. We took over after that, and we were surprised by the issues. And then when we became the owner of the school, we raised concerns, and we tried to address it with AJIAL. In fact, that's where, when we sent them our list of observations, we tried to cover as much ground as we can so that they could at least be aware or remedy it or work with us to resolve it. But these issues and charging high prices to parents were done under the management of AJIAL, and not when we came in. When we came in, we never had an issue with selling books to parents after we came. Parents pay pretty much.
Can I suggest to you, Mr. Matthew, that this evidence which you're now giving is entirely fictitious? You have made it up on the spot.
Absolutely not. You should ask Miss James, your own witness, about the disturbance. There are videotapes of it. I don't think we've attached it here, but we have her on videotape. You can ask her. It's absolutely not fictitious.
That opportunity has gone, and Mr. Lovett, your lawyer, chose not to ask Miss James about it. You don't tell his lordship about it in his witness statement, and certainly what you don't tell his lordship is that you knew about the issue with top business before the 8th of October.
I didn't know about the issue. Oh yeah, I knew about before October 8th, but not before we acquired the schools. No, that was a subject which AJIAL should have told us or dealt with. But when we took over, No, we were just experiencing the wrath of the parents when we came in September 2019. That's when we heard about this incident, and when we started going to the schools, we checked the videotapes. So that's where, had they allowed us to inspect the schools before, see, mind you, they told us don't go to the schools, don't talk to the principals, don't talk to anybody in the school. So had they allowed us to do that during the due diligence period, we would have had all the information necessary to make a correct decision. But when we were not allowed to go into the schools, we were not allowed to have operational information, we were only restricted to giving us financial information. I don't think the disclosures are complete. It's very partial. See, one has to tie in the actual operations.
Mr. Matthew, I think I understand your answer, and I don't want to cut you short, but equally I'm conscious of time, and I am keen to press on. Sure. I want to go back though, please. We were talking about the payment position at the date of the SPA. At the date of completion on the 26th of June 2019, the second payment was only 8 weeks late.
Okay, yes.
And again, there are plenty of occasions when you have been paid more than 8 weeks late.
Yes.
And if you trust the counterparty, being 8 weeks late is not of itself concerning or surprising.
Yes, if I trust the party and there's a genuine reason, yes.
And you know from Mr. Rashad's evidence, they considered TOP to be a good counterparty.
Well, obviously they're not they're not visiting. I don't know if they are aware, sitting in the head office, are they aware of all the difficulties that the school had with parents and complaints and ministries? I don't know that part. I see and hear Rashad's statement, but I'm not sure that it entirely reflects the operations at the school. But I heard his statement, yes.
They were not concerned, AJIAL were not concerned about being paid on the 26th of June, and DAS had no concerns at all because it had received full value.
DAS had concerns, and that's why we raised the issue. When we took over DAS, we had concerns and we raised the issue. We dealt with it. Prior to us, when there was a previous owner, well, that's beyond us.
DAS had no reason to have concerns because it had received full value.
We had concerns and we raised it.
You had no reason to have concerns because you had received full value.
That is not correct. We had concerns.
You had received full value, hadn't you?
No.
That is the effect of the intercompany transfer.
But then the cash should have come.
And Mr. Matthew, the cash does come, doesn't it? It comes in December of 2019, and AJIAL, AJIAL is paid 45,000 of the 62,500 outstanding.
I am not aware of the reason why AJIAL paid, and after we took over, did they make a new deal? Why did they give a discount? Maybe they promised something else. Maybe it was compliance with the contract. I was not a party to Top Business's discussions with AJIAL in January later on. I was not a party to that. So you cannot ask
Mr. Matthew, I think you're overcomplicating matters. Do we agree that AJIAL received 45,000 from Top in December 2019?
AJIAL says they received, so I take it at face value.
It's more than they say they received, don't they, Mr. Matthew? They exhibit parts of their accounts, don't they, at page 1512.
It's not in front of my screen, but besides,
This flat, the relevant part is at the top of 1512.
this, yeah.
Mr. Matthew, I'm so sorry. There we are. Technology has now worked.
Yeah.
And Mr. Black, could you zoom in so that we can all see it?
Yes. Please zoom in. Yes.
I think we'll need that a little bit larger, please. And then could we enlarge it one more time, please? That's that. Where you were was excellent. Thank you. There we are, Mr. Matthew.
Yes.
And can you see on the right-hand side there is a date column?
Yes.
And can you see an entry dated the 4th of December 2019?
Yes.
And can you see an entry dated the 5th of December 2019?
Yes. 5th of December 2019. Yes.
And can you see that the payment on the 4th of December is described as second payment from books rent contract, and the 5th of December one is described as third payment from books rent contract?
Yes.
And can you then see in the credit column the sum of 25,000 and the sum of 20,000?
I can't see the left of the screen, maybe because it's big.
Let me ask Mr. Fleck to move it across for you.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so the CR column, CR column is the credit column,
Yes.
and the final column is the balance column. So
Yes.
we see
Yes.
125,000 opening balance. We see 62,500 being paid, leaving a balance of 62,500. And then we see two payments, 25 and 20,000.
Yes.
And then you see a balance of 17,500, don't you?
Yes.
So can we agree on a couple of things? Firstly, that under the contract for 125,000, top paid all but 17,500.
I cannot verify or validate that. That's between AJIAL and top business. I've not audited it. I've not seen their bank statements. I don't know whether they paid it and gave the money back. There's a lot of things that you can do in an operation that's not reflected in the books of account. So I cannot vouch for that assumption.
Well, shall we agree on this, Mr. Matthew? The records put in front of you suggest that all but 17,500 has been paid.
The records suggest that there are certain debit and credit entries.
Mr. Matthews, I'm really not going to quibble with this. Well, I'm not going to argue with you in relation to this issue. That is the record. That is the evidence before his lordship that all but 17,500 has been paid. If that is right, that all but 17,500 has been paid, that means 107,500 has been paid under the contract.
I can't vouch for that.
No, I'm asking you to do the mathematics with me. If I'm right that all but 17,500 have been paid, it follows, doesn't it, that 107,500 has been paid?
I wouldn't characterize that as being paid because I don't know their operations. As I said, if I paid somebody 20,000 and I can make a debit and credit entry, and then he can pay it back to me and reverse it, but the reversal is somewhere else. You know, so many ways.
You have no reason at all.
Yeah.
You have no reason at all to think there is a reversal somewhere else.
I have I don't trust their books of account now. When we took over, they verified that they're giving me a true and fair picture of the company that I'm acquiring, that we're acquiring. And it is not a true and fair picture. So now, if I'm being asked to verify that their statement of account is a true and fair picture of their transactions, I'm sorry, I don't have an experience that tells me that they provide me with a true and fair picture of what transpired.
And you have no reason to think that Mr. Rashad would be lying to this court about this information?
I'm not judgmental on Mr. Rashad. I'm just talking about the experience that I've had and the operations that I've seen. I'm not going to characterize.
Mr. Rashad has put this document into evidence, and he has explained to his lordship how this transaction works. If, as you're suggesting, there is a backdoor transaction, Mr. Rashad has been lying. Is that your suggestion?
I'm not going to vouch for what Mr. Rashad did or did not do. I'm just vouching for what I know.
And what this all means, Mr. Matthew, is that of that 125,000 contract, all but 17,500 was collected.
Entries are made.
And it also means, doesn't it, that any issue in relation to the unpaid 62,500 at the date of the SPA or the date of completion was temporary?
I can't vouch for that. I cannot agree with it. I cannot.
If they were paid, the
Yes.
issue was temporary.
I really can't. I'll be happy to answer about DAS operations. I'd love to answer, but I just don't know. That's why. So I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Matthew, on this topic, one final question. Did you recover the remaining 17,500 from top business?
I don't recall having received. I don't recall that particular thing. No, I don't. No, I've received. We have not received. I don't recall.
You don't recall, or you haven't received?
I don't recall.
Mr. Matthew, this is quite a serious issue, isn't it? This has been at the forefront of all of our minds since you started writing letters in March 2020. You have been engaging expensive lawyers in the shape of Mr. Lovett's firms since 2021. You've been producing evidence before this court in relation to this issue. And you are telling me that you can't recall whether you've got paid that 17,500.
Mr. Lyons, when you say we've been writing letters, we were writing letters to be helpful to the other side. It was not meant to be a claim or an accusation or anything like that. We just wanted to do the transaction. They gave us a time period in which to state our issues, write letters, and we were just following our observations. And if the other side wanted to clarify, we had every opportunity to say, yes, that's right, or no, that's not right. And we were just trying to be as forthcoming as possible. And we were not trying to evade. That's why we were willing and wanting to engage. To this day, we've been wanting to engage so that we can find answers, find solutions, reason or be reasonable, and move on. And the reason you referred to us appointing Mr. Lovett, when we felt that the other side is not engaging, we were just trying to see what's the right thing for us to do, because that's when we sort of figured out, well, this is going beyond what we are expecting, and then we needed legal advice, and that's when we went. But
let me put it to you this way, Mr. Matthew. You have received 17,500 from top, and accordingly, the full amount of 125,000 has been paid to top. has been paid by Top? Sorry, I'm going to put that question again, Mr. Matthew, because it wasn't very well put. Let me put it this way, Mr. Matthew. You have received 17,500 from Top, and accordingly, Top has paid the full amount of the 125,000 due under the contract.
I don't know what Top has paid under the contract. If it's a question, did Dar es Salaam receive 17,000? I'll be happy to check with our accounts team and verify and say, look, did we receive this cash? And if they say yes, well, then we received it. So I would be able to check bank statements and come back, but I don't recall that particular transaction. But the general subject and whether they paid AJIAL, I don't know.
My lord, I wonder whether that is an appropriate time for lunch.
Yes.
As your lordship may have guessed, I'm travelling rather more slowly than I had hoped to.
Well, you're in control of your time to a certain extent, and so long as we keep within the overall time limits, then that's fine. So we'll adjourn now for 3/4 of an hour until 15:30 Dubai time, 12:30 UK time. Thank you very much. Mr. Matthew,
Yes,
would you please don't talk about your evidence in the meantime until you come back.
will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Matthews.
My lord.
Yes, Mr. Lyons.
Mr. Matthew, can I ask you this? Have you read a copy of our skeleton argument before coming to court?
Yes.
Mr. Lovett's team provided it to you and you have read it.
Yes.
It's very helpful. Can we start the afternoon session with something quite nice and gentle? Can we look at some photographs? Can we look at page 1636? And can you look at figure 2?
Yes. A little bit up. Can we read?
I'm sorry, Mr. Matthew, I didn't quite hear you.
I can't see figure 2. I can see the top half. I can't see the bottom half.
Sorry, it's my apologies.
Yes, I
I'm
can.
looking at the top picture. Very well, excellent.
Yeah, yes.
We're in agreement.
Yes.
Thank you. And just looking at that picture,
Yes.
do you agree that the building on the left-hand side of the picture, as we look at the screen, the grey building, is what is described as the new ICS building built in about 2018?
Yes.
And do you also agree that the building on the right-hand side of the picture is the yellow building, sometimes confusingly referred to as the old ICS building?
Yes.
And do you also agree that the yellow building remains on the site today?
Yes.
And it remains in use today?
Yes.
And does it follow from that, Mr. Matthew, that insofar as DAS's audited accounts have written off the value of the yellow building, those accounts are in error?
We have not written off the yellow building.
You have not written off the yellow building?
No.
How do you know that, Mr. Matthew?
Because when I studied and reviewed the accounting entries and the remaining balances, we have attributed that figure to the yellow building.
Okay. Well, I hoped that we were going to avoid the need to go into accounting, but let's duck in there now. Let's go to page 2643. We go down to page 2644, actually, maybe easier. These are DAS's financial statements for the year ended 31 August 2019.
Yes,
And they're audited by Ernst & Young.
that is correct.
And if you go to 2648, to the bottom of the page, please, Ms. Flair. You can see that you've signed these accounts.
That is correct.
And then if you go to page 2668, correction of error at 17.1. During the current year, the company discovered the following errors. That's right, isn't it?
Yes,
Building refurbishments of KD 546257, which was demolished and not written off as of 31 August 2018.
yes.
Now, I don't know whether you have a pencil near you, but you may want to scribble down that number of 546257.
I'll get a pencil. Thank you.
If we can then go, sorry, let me give you an option to write that down. 546257.
Yes,
If you can then go to page 2662.
yes,
And you can see there the property and equipment note. That's the top of that page as we're looking at it.
yes, yes, property.
And then in the first column with the italicized text, we see buildings on leasehold lands asterisk KD.
Yes,
And you can therein see a write-off of 974,700.
yes,
That is the cost of the buildings that were written off.
okay,
We'll see that number in due course. And then you will see further down the page that there is another write-off of depreciation of 428. (428,443) in the middle of the page. So I'm on the column under buildings on land.
can you repeat that last one?
So I'm looking under the heading depreciation. There's a heading called write-off, and then there's a number 428443.
Building.
I wonder whether Miss Fleck can put the hand over that number. Miss Fleck has given you a hand.
Right. Yes, yes.
Literally and metaphorically.
Yeah.
Okay, you see that number.
Yes.
When you write off depreciation, you actually increase value, because what you're doing is taking away a negative factor. Do you agree with me?
Can you repeat the question?
When you write off depreciation, you actually increase value, because what you're doing is taking away a negative factor.
Yes, yes, correct.
And can we then agree, and this is where your engineering skills may come into hand, that if you take 974,700, a write-off figure, and you deduct 428,443, you are left with the number 546,257.
Okay.
Are you in agreement with me on that mathematics?
Yes.
Very good. And that 546257 was the correction that Ernst & Young say they make to the accounts.
Yes.
We then need to turn to some earlier accounts to find those numbers. You'll forgive me for a moment while I do this on the hoof. Sorry, Mr. Matthews, it's entirely my fault. Sorry, my lord. Yeah, that's the council. I'm sorry, Mr. Matthew, I'm going to have to come back to this topic because my notes have failed me. Let's come back to that. But your position is that the yellow building still exists, but it remains in the accounts.
Yes.
Can we look at your witness statement? And what we need to do is look at the corrected version, which came in this morning.
Okay.
And I wonder whether Miss Flett has the corrected version, which I think was received from Mr. Lovett's team. It's at 241 of the bundle, thank you.
Yes.
Now, at paragraph 36, you say, we discovered after taking over the businesses. You see that?
Yes.
It's top line down.
Yes.
When you say that, who was it who made that discovery?
Which discovery? About the old building?
We discovered after taking over the business.
Yes.
Who made that discovery, which you talk about there?
Well, discovery was a process. We were trying to, my accounts team, Ernst & Young, we were trying to discover how we did not have access to the fixed asset register, which is maintained in AJIAL books. It's not maintained in Dar es Salaam books, okay, the fixed asset register. So,
Mr. Matthew, I'm very sorry to interrupt you. The question I'm asking is, who made that discovery?
a team of people, the accounts team, EY, myself included. It was a team of people that were trying to reason, and then we discovered that.
So you were part of the team that discovered this issue?
Yes.
Can we then talk about depreciation?
Yes.
Depreciation applies to all assets. All assets are depreciated in the accounts.
Depreciation on account on assets that you own. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
On assets that
Assets
you
that
own.
you own are depreciated.
Yeah. On assets
And
that you own, it is depreciation. Yeah.
And different assets are depreciated at different rates, aren't they?
Yes.
And buildings and property are usually depreciated over a period of 20 or 25 years.
Yes.
And what that means, I'm sorry, and you know that DAS depreciated buildings over a period of 20 years.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, you know that.
Mm.
So does that mean that after 10 years, a building has half the value that it started off with?
Well, if you have done improvements on a building, then you would add those elements in there. But if you did not improve the building, then yes, by a straight line depreciation method, you would have half of what you started out with.
And it follows, therefore, that a building that is 20 years old would have a zero value in the accounts.
If you did not make any improvements on the building, yes. But if you did make improvements on the building, it could not come down to zero because you would have to reflect the improvements that you did on the building.
Yes. And as a result of that, a building that is 25 years old could have had no value, could it?
Not necessarily, because it depends upon your accounting policy and whether you have made additions to the building and improvements. So if you have made improvements to the building, then...
But absent improvement, Mr. Matthews.
Absent improvement, then as you write it off, at some point it'll become zero.
Yes. And those points were made in our skeleton argument, weren't they?
Yes, yes.
And you read that skeleton argument, didn't you?
Yes.
And you saw those points.
Yes.
And you then amended your evidence to try and anticipate or try and see off the criticism that was being made of the evidence you had given at paragraph 36.
Not at all. Not at all, because when I initially made the witness statement, I was writing a simple witness statement that was telling the court that this is a very old building. Yes, in hindsight, if I had thought about it, I would have used precise words and exact words, but I wasn't at that point in time trying to write precise and exact words. I was just trying to communicate a message that there were several old buildings, or they were essentially more than 25 years old and they were written off. That's what I was trying to communicate. I didn't use as precise words as I should have. It had nothing to do with reading your opening statement and then reflecting and then going back and changing it. It had absolutely nothing to do with it.
Is that right, Mr. Matthew? You see, the witness statement which you corrected was dated the 14th of April.
Yes.
After that, you served two more witness statements.
Yes.
You served another one on the 3rd of May.
Yes.
And you didn't address this issue in that witness statement?
I just, only things which are materially significant, I'd like to do more, but in my limited time, I'm sorry, that was not the important thing for me, because I thought I had communicated it. And then when I read it back, I said, well, that's not worded correctly or as precisely as I would have liked. It's just as simple as that.
And you also had another opportunity to correct that mistake in your witness statement of the 7th of July, and you didn't take it then.
I didn't see that as an opportunity to correct this particular point. I saw the third witness statement or second as an opportunity to respond to the other side's assertions. They never objected and said, no, this is not a 25-year-old building. If they had said that, I would have said, oh yeah, that's right, it is not a 25-year-old building. But I was responding to issues that the other side placed on the table for me to respond to. That's all.
Well, I'm not sure that that is right, Mr. Rashad, is it? Sorry, Mr. Matthew, is it? If you turn to Mr. Rashad's third witness statement, which is dated the 2nd of May, i.e. it follows the witness statement which we have been looking at. If you can look at page 314, paragraph 27, he starts talking, doesn't he, about the buildings built in the mid-2000s. He talks about the yellow building, and then he spends the next 2 pages of this witness statement explaining why, if the yellow building remains in place, the accounts are wrong. You didn't take him to task on this at all, did you?
Responding to a witness statement, I mean, there's other errors in his statement. This yellow building is not built in mid-2000s. It's built after that. I didn't think that was the essence of the argument with Rashad as to when a building was built. Number one. Number two, I had given every opportunity to AJIAL to engage with us, dialogue with us. We asked their auditors for answers to questions. So when I'm not given answers to questions, and then the other side says, I regret that you have misunderstood the accounts. Well, there was no need for me to misunderstand if they would have just answered the questions that we asked them. So I took it as why, well, I think he's being testy maybe, or sorry for lack of a better word. And I didn't think that was the essence of our argument. And I didn't want to bother the court's time with, things that are really not material. It's as simple as that. But I can tell you that his statements are not right. The building is not built in the 2000s.
I mean, Mr. Matthew, you're a clever man and you're an experienced businessman. As his lordship will see, this debate about the yellow building not only appears in Mr. Rashad's evidence, it appears in quite large part in the expert evidence. And again, you don't assist the court by correcting it. It's only on the day you give evidence that you try and make corrections. And you now try and suggest that the yellow building has been included in the accounts. Can I take you back, please, to that amendment at Supplemental Bundle 241?
Can I interject, or I don't know all the rules, I'm sorry.
I mean, Mr. Matthew, if I've misspoken or you want to say something, of course you must do that.
Okay. You're saying that I thought the yellow building was written off in the books of account. That's what you suggested, and certainly not. The yellow building exists, so there is no reason that it should have been written off. And really, by all means, if it was written off, I would personally make sure that it's put back there, because I have no intention to hurt the other side with, useless arguments and things like that. So if an asset exists, it should be in the books, and the yellow building was in the books, and that's why there is a residual value in the fixed assets.
Let us look at paragraph 36 again. You've made 2 series of changes. The first is you have deleted 25 years old, and that's because you knew from having read our skeleton that such an asset would have a 0 value.
No, there were old ministry buildings over there. There was several old buildings and they were demolished. And that's what I was trying to communicate, that, well, these are old buildings. These old buildings are not the yellow buildings, because the yellow building was built in 2010 or 11, not in the mid 2000s, as Mr. Rashad suggests. It's built in 2010, 2011. And anything before that is what I essentially meant by old buildings, because they were built by the Ministry of Education. They're old buildings given by the Ministry of Education. And that's what, and there were improvements done on it by Rashad, by AJIAL. And that's what I meant to convey and communicate, nothing else.
And Mr. Matthew, the other amendment you made is your first, that the witness statement you signed on the 14th of April referred to a single building, a building. You now, having seen our skeleton, recognise that a single building would not serve your purpose, and so you now make an amendment to make the buildings plural.
No, Mr. Lance, because I myself have attended functions in the school in 1995 or 1996. They had some events and I happened to go there 25 years back. So I know those buildings were there. They were old buildings. So I physically went there at that time. There's no reason for me to say that I didn't know that they exist, because I knew they were there. I went there myself at that time.
For your lordship's note, the two paragraphs in our witness, in our skeleton, which alert Mr. Matthew to this, are paragraphs 131 and 133. Mr. Matthew, I was showing you the 2019 accounts, and I was showing you that what had been written off was a figure of a cost figure of 974,702. Do you remember that? I don't know. Did you have that piece of paper still to hand where we had done that mathematics?
Yeah, can you tell me the number again? I wrote down 546,257, but you just mentioned.
Well, let's do this properly, just so that there is no sense of unfairness, because I managed to mislay my notes, which is never the finest thing which one can do when one is cross-examined. What I had been showing you was 2662.
I don't see that here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 2.
And I'd shown you the write-off of cost of 974,700. And I'd shown you the write-off of depreciation of 428,443.
Yes.
And we had agreed that arithmetically 974,700 less 428,443 is that figure of 546,257.
Yes.
And what I was then going on to show you is if we go to page 2356. If you could come down the page, Ms. Flett. That's an Arabic set of accounts, but helpfully we can see 2017 on the front page.
Yes.
The translation is at 2376. And you can see that that's the Dar Al Salam Education Company for the fiscal year ending 31 August 2017.
Yes.
And then if we go to page 2396, you could slide down to the bottom of the page, please, Ms. Flett. You can see there that as at the 31st of August 2016, I'm sorry, I misspoke. As at the 31st of August 2016, the cost of the buildings in Dar es Salaam was 974,702.
Yes.
Every single dinar and fil of the value of the buildings as existed on the 31st of August 2016 has been written off. That must include, Mr. Matthew, the yellow building.
No. No.
Where do I find the yellow building, Mr. Matthew?
Physically, I see it every day. That's where I find it.
Where do I find it in these accounts, Mr. Matthew?
That's what I've been asking the other side. Exactly that question. Please, where do I find it? Can I see it? Can I please tell me? That's what my auditors were asking them and RSM. Nobody has answers to these questions of what happened at that time. That's exactly what we're trying to find out.
you wrote off the cost of all buildings as of 2016, notwithstanding that a building built before 2016 was still standing. You have put a line through the value of the yellow building.
No, I have not. Absolutely not.
Mr. Matthew, I'll leave that topic and I will move on. Can we now talk about facilities management?
Yes.
Can I take you, please, to your witness statement at paragraph 31? That's page 288. And what paragraph 31 does is it begins to talk about a significant category of costs that were allocated at holding company level. And I'm going to look at some of those costs with you. If I could ask Ms. Fleck to move down the page. The first issue is facility management staff costs.
Yes.
And you're very precise about what you mean by that. After we took over the schools, we came to see that although there was a small number of technicians and handymen employed at the schools, there was nobody undertaking a facilities management role, by which I mean overseeing and coordinating maintenance of the facilities. So when you talk about facility management staff cost, you're talking here about a supervisory cost, a kind of surveying cost, rather than the cost of the doers and the fixers.
Not necessarily. Here, I mean, it's the management cost that we are emphasizing. I was not trying to, develop in detail whether every element and every person was there or not, because that, when we initially wrote to AJIAL, we wanted, these were the questions that we wanted to ask them, and then over time we just sharpened our pencils as much as we could, and then we looked at, okay, what do we really want to, and once we're going to court, we just wanted to say exactly what are we saying. So we're just trying to be as precise as possible, but that is not necessarily the case. I mean, there was a guy changing a light bulb is not a facilities manager, I mean.
No, you're very clear about that. In fact, you talk about facilities management and then you assist us by telling us what you mean. You mean overseeing and coordinating maintenance of the facilities.
Yes, yes.
And then if we read on, this is essential to keep the schools compliant with regulations and regulator expectations. I know from my 20 years of experience operating schools that facility management, maintenance and management is critical function. And then you say, there must have been staff responsible for facilities management at ICS and PES pre-acquisition.
Yes.
The language of there must have been is the language of inference. You are inferring that there must have been. You do not, in fact, know.
I know that there was people in the head office that the other side used to have. So those people, I don't know their job descriptions, what all they did, their limitations. I don't know that part, but there was people in the head office that were available to control when the other side was managing it. So that's what I was referring to.
No, Mr. Matthew, there were people at head office who would come and fix things. You know that because Mr. Rashad tells you that.
Yeah, occasionally.
But there are not.
Yeah, or there would be service contractors or people coming. Yes, that's right.
But there were not people. Well, you do not know whether there were people at head office who were overseeing and coordinating maintenance?
What I meant to say was the management of that function was at the head office, the management, not the supervision of a small maintenance item that could be changed. But you know, these, even for example, the fire issue, you know, those are things that facilities managers should have known, would have been involved in, would have been dealing with. But you know, a technician wouldn't deal with fire regulatory issue that when the ministry comes and writes you a letter, he doesn't do anything about it. So that's what I meant to communicate. Issues
you
like
say,
yeah.
You say there were things that the facilities manager should have known. Who was AJIAL's facilities manager?
I don't know. Maybe it's a team. Maybe it's one person, two person. I don't remember the names, but there were some people there because AJIAL used to. Most of the many functions were done in a central, you know, at the group level, from accounting to IT. Yeah, I don't know the names of all those people.
You're talking, Mr. Matthew, about a facilities manager, somebody who oversees and coordinates. You don't know their name.
I'm talking about a function. Yeah, I'm talking about a function.
You don't know their name.
Yeah, I don't
and
know
in
the name.
fact,
Yeah.
You don't know whether such a person exists.
I don't know the people in AJIAL, that is correct. I've never dealt with them.
Let me suggest to you that no such person existed at AJIAL. There was no facilities manager.
Perhaps that explains why the fire brigade issue was an oversight on their part.
We'll be coming to that, Mr. Matthew.
Yeah.
And then, Mr. Matthew, at the end of that paragraph, you tell us that after the acquisition, we had to incur the cost of hiring two individuals, Mr. A.G. Abraham and Mr. Madhu Kamal.
Yes.
If we move to 1528, that's the contract for Mr. A.G. Abraham. It's dated the 1st of September 2020.
Yes. Yes.
It took you over a year to hire this individual.
Mind you, schools were closed in March 1st of 2020. We were not allowed access to the building. The area was cordoned off and not allowed to use the schools. And it didn't make sense to hire someone when during the time of COVID, we had to basically engage people, or engage in the sense we find people, talk to them, keep them ready. But during COVID time, no, didn't make sense. They couldn't do anything during COVID. Government was very strict about that. So,
but before COVID, Mr. Matthew, you had July, August, September, October, November, December, January, and February.
Yes. Yes.
You didn't hire Mr. Abraham in that window, did you?
No, Abraham used to work for me in my other school. I transferred him here. He was available to do the work that's needed. And then when I realized that, oh, this is a full-time job and it needs that, then I closed his contract in my other school and moved him, you know, entered into a contract here. But he used to work for me in the other schools.
Yes. You don't tell us in your witness statement, do you, that Mr. Abraham used to work for you at the Canadian Bilingual School?
I didn't think it was important, but I'd be happy to tell you.
And I'm going to suggest to you that Mr. Abraham continues to work for you at the Canadian Bilingual School, and all you've done is try to put his salary into DAS.
No, he's there all the time, full time he's there.
Mr. Matthew, if you look at LinkedIn, I'm not asking you to do that now, Mr. Abraham's LinkedIn profile suggests that he is still at the Canadian Bilingual School.
Yeah, people control their own LinkedIn accounts. I mean, I don't look at LinkedIn of people to see what they do and what they don't do. He works at our school, at Dar es Salaam schools now. That's in my control. I don't look at people's LinkedIn account to see where they're employed or where they've stated they're employed. I just look at, are they working there? Is the contract correct? Is the salaries paid on time? I just stop it there. I don't go beyond that to where their social media is not my prerogative.
And you also told us that you had hired a Mr. Kemal. Do you accept that he was also hired on the 1st of September 2020? I can show you that if you need to.
Okay, yeah.
1521.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's right.
Where did you hire Mr. Kemal from?
He used to work in Sheraton Hotel.
And Mr. Abraham
Yes.
works for DAS, doesn't he?
Yes.
DAS looks after all 4 schools.
Yes.
So part of his time will be looking after schools which were not previously up and running.
Once they became operational, yes, but they were not operational at the time that we at that time. Once they become operational, yes, we would have to look at all the costs allocated as fairly as we can. Yeah.
Can we talk next about IT management?
Yes.
I apologise. Mr. Wilkinson, who is cleverer than I am, observes that the date that you hire both Mr. Kemal and Mr. Abraham is the date that the Aspire school opens. Let me suggest to you that Mr. Abraham particularly was hired to be your maintenance coordinator at the Aspire school.
No. There was so much work that needed to be done to get the schools up and running. The schools had, it's a new building, but we had 10,000 cockroaches in there. I mean, we had to do a lot of stuff to clean the place, get it organized. So we needed, when they did not, there was no staff there. And here's parents coming, and we know that the parents are so upset with the school because of the books issue. And I didn't want maintenance issues and complaints about cockroaches. So I just reached out to the resources that I had. And I said, look, please go there and take care of it because, I know the staff that's worked with me a long time. I know their capability and skill set, and I know that he could handle it. And I just said, please go in there. And that over time, we got the contracts and all that in due course, but they were assisting on day one.
Let's turn back to page 289. And can we look at IT staff costs?
Yes.
It became clear to us after acquisition that the IT management function at ICS and PES was being handled and charged at AJIAL level. I recall email correspondence from July 2019 related to IT transition issues post-acquisition, which were being handled by Ms. Maha Najam Al-Tamimi.
Yes.
IT manager at AJIAL.
Yes.
So you have concluded that IT management was dealt with by Ms. Al-Tamimi.
I concluded there is nobody doing that in the school, and the only person that seemed reasonable and could answer questions that the people in the school couldn't answer was Ms. Maha. She seemed, that she could answer the questions that we were asking. So it's as simple as that. And she works in AJIAL, and that's all I wanted to communicate.
And you couldn't identify anyone else at AJIAL who played this role?
No, but there was some, communication exchange with one or two of my staff members. That's where I knew that she was handling it, but I've never met her or dealt with her personally.
And did you hear Mr. Rashad's evidence that she was basically assisting all 20 schools?
I heard his evidence, yeah.
Do you have any reason to doubt that evidence?
I don't want to doubt Rashad, but what I'm saying is when we asked him questions during the year, first of all, I was not given access to the operations prior to acquisition. And I fail to fully appreciate why that is such a why we could not be given access. Yes, I understand that my name is known and I shouldn't disclose, but okay, that's one part. But you know, if you're going to buy a car, if you buy a house and you try to buy it on the internet, I mean, from my perspective, okay, we had a 1-year period, and Rashad told me that if there's any issues, please feel free to reach out to me, come back and tell us. You got a whole year. Why are you so worried? You know that we have 18 schools and you know our reputation. And I said, okay, fine. And then after the acquisition, I could always go back to Rashad and say, Rashad, where's this guy and where's that? And I didn't know about cost allocations not being done. I have no idea, but he had given me 1 year and he seemed willing to help, and I took it at face value and I just accepted that. So then, yeah, sorry.
But Mr. Matthew, you didn't ask Mr. Rashad who were your IT managers. You stayed silent, didn't you, for an 8-month period until you wrote your letter of 2 March 2020.
Mind you, we had basically 3 months of operation, September, October, November, and then December school is closed midway through December. And then you have COVID coming around. And then in the middle of these issues, we had bigger issues with AJIAL. I don't say Rashad per se. The IT issue was not the important issue because we had other issues that we were trying to, first of all, reason and understand ourselves. And I was speaking to see whether somebody else has information that I don't have. So we had to do that investigation. 3 months, one school began. Although we did the acquisition closed the transaction in June, July, August, there's not IT managers are now sitting in the school. The school started functioning in September, and then once people came back, I was going by priorities, talking to the principal. The first time I met the principal is in AJIAL's office, not in the school. So we're trying to go by priority, and then 3 months later, all of a sudden, school is closed. Then COVID hits, and that's the reality that happened. So it was not that we kept it pending for 8 months and sort of woke up one day and wrote about the IT manager. No.
Right, Mr. Matthew, that was a very long answer, but the short point is this: Dr. James says there was no IT manager. She says that at paragraph 16 of her second statement. Do you disagree with her? Can I show you that? Show you that at page 303.
Yeah, no, I'll see it here.
Prior to the acquisition, there was a small IT team at ICS, but there was no dedicated manager. Mr. Lovett, who cross-examined Miss Dr. James today, didn't challenge her on that evidence. That evidence is correct, isn't it?
Which paragraph would you like me to refer to?
I'm sorry, I'm reading the first sentence of paragraph 16. Prior to the acquisition, there was a small IT team at ICS, but there was no dedicated manager. That evidence is right, isn't it?
We never, part of it is correct. Sorry, I don't want to be wordy, but part of it is correct. We never said Maha was the manager of the ICS team. I said she was acting more in a managerial capacity than anybody else that we saw in ICS. That's all I meant to communicate. So,
and the reason, sorry, then Dr. James says the team made do with the resources that it had and was able to provide the IT support necessary to help the school's IT services function. That's correct as well, isn't it?
wow, it depends on how you benchmark what works. I mean, if you have a 25-year-old car that breaks down every other day and say, well, I don't need a mechanic or I don't need to take it to the shop, well, that's a choice that they've made. But I just wouldn't want to have my students in a school that I own or operate go through all that difficulty. When they need to learn something, they need to open their computer, have access to the library, have access to the internet. I mean, that's my idea. But
that's the very point, isn't it, Mr. Matthew? You didn't like the way that AJIAL ran its schools. You thought they ran them too leanly with too smaller teams.
I wasn't trying to blame AJIAL for how they ran. I mean, I was thankful that they built the schools. It's as simple as that. And then it's my job to do better as much as I can. And it's just as simple as that. I wasn't trying to find fault with AJIAL or how they ran it.
You hired an IT manager because you thought that would be a good fit.
No, I hired it because I thought it was necessary, not because it's a good fit.
You thought it was necessary?
Yes.
But you then tried to charge it to AJIAL. You did not know whether AJIAL had an IT manager at group level who was assisting the schools.
They were not assisting after we took over. They were just answering questions or clarifying. But when we took over, we had to do that function. So we charged the IT manager that we hired to the schools under our ownership and control. We never charged our IT manager to AJIAL.
But Mr. Matthew, there was no equivalent of Dennis George prior to the acquisition, was there?
Yeah, there was no equivalent of Dennis George in ICS prior to the acquisition.
And there was no one in AJIAL playing Dennis George's role prior to the acquisition.
I mean, they were playing a management role. It's better than nobody, but they were not playing it to the extent or the quality that's needed. Let's put it that way. You know?
And that's because they spent very little time assisting ICS or PES. Sorry, that's a bad question. Ignore me. That is because Miss Al-Tamimi spent very little time prior to the acquisition assisting ICS or PES.
I've not checked the operations prior to the acquisition, so I don't know if it's maybe Ms. Tamimi is supported by other people. I don't know. I'm just putting the name that came who corresponded with us, but we don't know. We have not checked their operations prior to acquisition.
No. You don't know whether or not there was somebody at head office playing a full-time role as IT manager of ICS and PES.
I don't know their contract, whether it's full-time or half-time, but I imagine it's an AJIAL contract. They serve many schools. I would just use logical reasoning. I have no reason to think why someone who's full-time and charged full-time to ICS, why would they sit in AJIAL? So I'm just deducing, but I've not seen a contract and I've not seen a job descriptions.
Would you perhaps accept that Miss Tamimi spent less than 10% of her time on ICS or PES? And the reason I got to 10% was I divided the 20 schools by 2.
It's not a question of number of schools. That's just a way of cost allocation. But if it's a function that needs to happen, it's a function that needs to happen. Whether you spread your cost over 5 schools or 10 schools, it's a function that you have to get right. So that's what we were trying to convey and communicate. We had we thought we were buying an operation that's standalone, that has its costs allocated. And yes, if AJIAL was able to optimize and economize, I mean, that's credit for them. That's wonderful. But we were looking for somebody on a standalone school and with all the costs necessary for that standalone school to be operated. So that's the perspective that I'm trying to.
So you're trying to pass to AJIAL greater costs than they would have incurred?
I wouldn't try to pass on greater cost to them. I'm just saying that we did not have the people in the school, and number one. Number two, they were not able to answer our questions. They did not want to engage with us. They did not want to dialogue with us. A lot of these things, had they engaged with us, we could have arrived at conclusion or reasoning and say, well, okay, if this is how you do it and this is how we're going to do it, and how much cost are you putting, how much cost am I putting? We could have had all of that discussion directly with them, but they chose not to engage. So beyond that point, it's assumptions when the other side is not engaging in dialogue.
And lastly on this topic, you hired Dennis George. He had previously worked for you, hadn't he, at the Canadian Bilingual School?
Yes, that is correct.
You don't tell us that in your witness statement?
I didn't think it was relevant or important. I was looking to hire a qualified person that I knew could do the job. After all, Canadian Bilingual School is an A-grade school. I know the facilities that I've personally put in place along with Dennis George. So I know that he knows how I think, and he knows that I need to move on this quickly. So I tried to hire the best man that was available at the time, who had prior experience working with me, so that they know what to do, and they're taking the requirements and trying to do the best they can in the new schools that we acquire.
And he was hired by DAS, wasn't he?
Yes, yes.
And I'm going to suggest to you that, again, Mr. George continues to work for the Canadian Bilingual School, and you have simply dumped his salary into DAS and are now seeking to pass it on.
Oh, no, we have other. First of all, Dennis left us and he joined somewhere. He was working for me like 5-6 years back, and then he went to work worked somewhere else, and we picked him up from somewhere else. But he had worked with me previously, but it was not a continuous employment, unlike Aji. Aji, essentially, I transferred him, but Dennis left us, and I think he went to work for Zayani, Jaguar, or somebody, and then he came back to us later on. So it was not a continuous. He never worked for. He resigned from CBS, and he came back several years later.
You don't tell us that in your witness statement?
I didn't think it was relevant. I'm sorry, but I'd be happy to tell you.
Again, like Mr. Abraham, his LinkedIn profile has him working continuously at the Canadian Bilingual School since September 2010.
That's an issue with Aji. Sorry.
Well, it's also an issue. It's also an issue with Mr. George, isn't it? That's the same. Mr. George has the same issue too.
Wow. I have enough of time running my schools. I'm not going to run somebody else's LinkedIn profile for them. You know,
but it's somewhat surprising. Somewhat surprising that an IT manager doesn't keep their social media content up to date, isn't it?
I don't keep mine updated. My daughter keeps mine updated. So she just asked me questions the other day. I haven't kept mine updated for a long time. So we're all old school people, so we just don't do these things as easily as younger people do.
No, but that's why it's particularly surprising for Mr. George, who is, unlike the rest of us, an IT specialist.
Well, someone who keeps their LinkedIn profile very active is probably looking for employment all the time. These people worked, they're not looking for employment all the time, so that could explain.
Okay. Can we move the topic to assistant teachers?
Yes.
You identify no regulation that requires the hiring of assistant teachers?
There are regulations.
You don't identify such a regulation.
You mean specifically in my witness statement? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
I haven't applied. I haven't referred to so many regulations. If I was to talk about regulations, my witness statement would exceed what I was advised. I was advised to keep it short, simple, sweet. Let the court, let the judge understand it in as simple ways as you can. I wasn't trying to attract regulations and be argumentative or anything like that.
No, although you do take it upon yourself to quote the international financial reporting standards, don't you?
Yes, because that is critical to valuation, and you know, they should give me a true and fair picture of what we were buying. And to me, that's like a, you know, there's no way. If I had known that the books are not going to give me a true and fair picture, I would have certainly objected to the transaction. And if we did not get 1 year time to address, I would have certainly objected. If we did not get a holdback amount in our SPA, I would have certainly objected. So
okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Matthew. Can I take you to page 292?
Yes.
Paragraph 42. This is when you're talking about lab assistants and librarians.
Yes.
You see, you feel able, when talking about lab assistants and librarians, to cite ministerial resolutions.
Yes. Yes.
You don't cite any ministerial resolution or other regulation when talking about assistant teachers, do you?
You see, we have evolved our case or our over time. We had a lot more issues that we were trying to address to the other side, just one-on-one, sit, dialogue, understand, hear, listen. And then over time, when they were not doing it, then we had, by the time we had our lawyers in place and we had independent financial experts in place. And while we were reviewing all the documents, I mean, really, they did a harder job of sharpening my pencil to say, well, if it's not there and you didn't, why do you need to do this? And so we just kept removing things that, you know, I said, okay, that's fine. Let's just get to the heart of the matter and what's important. So,
yes.
Yeah. So,
okay. Well, look, you say, do you know, Mr. Matthew, that neither of the experts on Q80 law identify a regulation that requires there to be assistant teachers?
Well, the regulations are there for people to read. Those who wish to read it, they can read it. So whether if they identified it, I did not ask them to make the report. I presume anybody who wants to know the regulation, he wouldn't need to read it for a court case. He would read it to operate the school. He would understand the regulations, and then that manager or management would be directing their staff to comply with the regulation. They would know the regulation, or at least try to be current with it as best as they can. It's not an issue to be told to the court, this is the resolution. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a lawyer here. But.
Can you identify for me what regulation there is which requires there to be assistant teachers in schools?
I don't know the number, but there is a ministry regulations on the subject. There's things for grade A schools, there's grade B schools. I think there's a document written in 2008. So there's the regulations are there as to what is needed. It's in, I think it's the year 2008.
That document written in 2008, is that the ministerial resolution you rely on at paragraph 42?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll be looking at that with the Q80 law experts, but it's my client's case that that resolution has no requirement to hire assistant teachers.
Well, isn't it? I'm sorry, but if you just read the regulation, you know, you can understand what it says. I mean, just because a lawyer doesn't tell you doesn't mean you don't have to do it. You're still supposed to do it. A lawyer might argue your case or help you, hurt you, but you're supposed to know the regulation and try and comply with it as best as you can.
So it's your evidence, is it, Mr. Matthew, that you understood Resolution 174 of 2008 to require you to hire assistant teachers?
I don't know of the number of the regulation. There is a regulation that says we should have assistant teachers. I don't know the number, if it's 174 or one, you know, some other number. I don't know the number, but I know that there is a regulation that requires assistant teachers.
You know that, but you don't refer to it in your evidence.
That is correct.
You know that, but you don't ask your Q80 law expert to refer to it.
They're an independent expert. We don't tell them what to write. We have not advised them what to write or what not to write. So
no, but it would be perfectly permissible to say, dear expert, could I invite you to read X, Y, and Z?
We didn't ask them to do that. I didn't ask them to do that.
You didn't suggest to Mr. Lovett and his. Sorry, that's probably trespassing on privilege. In your witness statement, you seek to place reliance not on any regulation, but on an inspection report. The English translation of that is at 719.
Yes.
In your experience, Mr. Matthew, do civil servants and other government officials always get things right?
They don't always get things right.
They sometimes misspeak.
Well, generally they're trying to refer to the regulation, or they know the regulation generally, and they're really trying to help you. These inspections, when they come, they're trying to help you. They're trying to gently tell you, please, this is what you need to do. And if you disagree with it, you should tell them or object to it. But if they're just pointing out a regulation in a gentle way, it's meant to be a help to you. It's not meant to be, are they right or are they wrong? If you object to it, you can ask them, well, thank you for saying that, but why are you telling me this? Can you show me the regulation? You can ask them.
I understand that, Mr. Matthew. We'll come back to the inspector in a moment, but I'm just talking generally. Sometimes civil servants and government officials get things wrong.
Well, sometimes government officials get it wrong. Yeah, it's a general statement, but yeah, sure.
Sometimes they misunderstand whether there is a law or not a law.
They could.
They sometimes misunderstand what the law requires them to do.
That is correct.
They sometimes are overzealous and require performance which is above the standard required by law.
Sometimes.
And if you are told to do something by an official who is acting outside of their powers, you are not obliged to follow their instruction, are you?
I wouldn't ignore them. I would not
ignore them.
No.
Well, we'll come back to that answer in a moment. But the question I asked you is, if you were told to do something by an official who is acting outside of their powers, you're not obliged to follow their instruction.
The minister in this, I can talk about this case, but general cases, you know, it's, you know, I'm not a fighter or a politician. I'm just running a school. And when dealing with the ministry, personally, in my experience, Sometimes they're overzealous, that is correct. But generally they try to follow the law. They're kind of helping you to comply. They're helping you. You know, they're not your enemy. They're trying to help you. If you didn't know something, they will refer to the regulation. They'll say, this is what we're saying. And if you disagree, you can ask them, madam, why are you saying that? I don't think we need to do that. It's not in the regulation. And they will reason with you. I mean, it's not, they're not coming in as a policeman to make you do things. But if you disagree, then you need to tell them that, you know, we don't think this is right, or we don't think this is applicable. That's how it works.
Yes, I understand that. And Dr. James's evidence is that she did disagree, isn't it?
That's not what she said. She will comply is what I saw.
Well, it's perhaps a matter between me and his lordship as to what Dr. James said earlier. But if you were unhappy with the inspection report, your evidence is you should raise it with the inspector.
You can raise it with the inspector. You can also raise it with the ministry, and you know, deal with it as gently as possible. You can, you should. If you disagree with something, or if it's outside the regulation, you certainly should do it.
But you're raising that inquiry after the inspection, well, the notes of the school visit have been produced and signed, aren't you? The query follows from the notes.
No, that inspection was before we took the school, as I recall. I think it's 2018, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sorry, Mr. Matthew, I think you're misunderstanding my question.
Yeah.
You were saying to me that if you don't like something you're told by an inspector, you should raise it to the ministry.
Yes, yes.
And just in the general sense, I'm saying that in timing terms, when you raise something with the ministry, that is after the inspection.
After the inspection, when they wrote their observation or request. Yeah, not before. You don't proactively go and invite them to do something. Yeah.
So you end up with a report which records things you don't like.
It could happen, yes.
And if you've got a report which records things you don't like, you can go and talk to the ministry about it.
That is correct.
And if that were to happen, the notes of the inspection would still remain in their original form, wouldn't they? Because the inspector has made those notes and has signed them and has passed them to the school. They're on the file already.
Yes. Yes.
So looking at the inspection report does not tell me whether or not the ministry has subsequently agreed or disagreed with the inspector's views.
I wouldn't characterize it as such, because if you go to the ministry and then if you gave them a different perspective, and you know that you have a written report that says you need to do something, then after your visit to them, and if they said, fine, you don't have to do it, then it would be prudent to come back to your office and write a letter saying, thank you for the visit today. We discussed about not having teachers. We thank you for hearing us, and we will, as we discussed, we will not be hiring assistant teachers, or something to that extent. You should have created the evidence that sort of closes the subject once and for all. Otherwise, it'll happen again and again, or they'll take it to the next level. And if one principal leaves and the next one comes, there's no record of a discussion, and then it can get more difficult and serious down the road. So if you manage to arrest the problem at a certain level, then it's best to document it and then close it out.
It would have been prudent to write such a letter, but as a matter of law, it's not required.
that's a legal issue. I mean, as a simple operator, we try to close out issues at the level that it occurs. We don't go to a lawyer to do that, writing a letter, you know.
But let me ask the question another way. It would be prudent to write that letter, but it's not necessary to write that letter.
I think it is necessary because otherwise it implies that you've accepted that you should do it or you are going to do it. If you didn't respond to it, it means you're going to do it, right? I mean, but if you're not going to do it, why don't you just say you're not going to do it? Why do you want to not tell the other side that you're not going to do it? Tell them. If you can't do something, say you can't do it. Simple.
So you say that in this, that if you fail to write that letter, your silence is an agreement to the original inspection report.
It means you act, not necessarily that you agree, but you accept their recommendation and that you are going to do it.
And if the inspector had thought that assistant teachers were required, you would have expected to see that issue raised in subsequent inspection reports, wouldn't you?
It is not always the same inspector that comes, not necessarily. You could have a different inspector that comes. You know, just like a different policeman might give you a traffic ticket. You know, it's not the same guy that gives you the ticket every single time. It's kind of like that.
No, but the omission, the failure to hire assistant teachers is still there. So whether it's inspector A, B or C, they would see the lack of assistant teachers, wouldn't they?
We have hired assistant teachers, and of course, as I said, during COVID time and when the school was closed, not at that time, but we have hired simply because that's the regulation, number one, and number two, that is the operational practical requirement. See, the ministry makes these regulations based upon operational practice that they've seen. If you have so many students in a class, a big school, you know, one teacher cannot control, you know, huge number of students in a class. So they're assisted by maids to take kids to the bathroom or assistant teachers to mind the class. It's just an operational need. Above and beyond that, there is a regulation. So now you try and comply within your budgets as cost effectively as you can. That's how you have to do these things, or that's how we do it.
Mr. When you come to a convenient point, should we have a 10-minute break for the shorthand writers?
May I just ask this one question, and then perhaps that would be a convenient moment.
Yes.
Mr. Matthew, you said that you hired assistant teachers.
Yes.
And Dr. James told us that no assistant teachers were hired when she was the principal.
Yeah, because that was in COVID time. We were not having classes. She left, and subsequently we hired. And during her time, no.
And
she was there. There was no, because once it was COVID, and then number two, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And your assistant teachers were only hired in September of 2022, weren't they?
Yes. Yes.
After this claim had been issued and your defence served.
No. It has nothing to do with that. Why?
They were September 2022, weren't they?
I'm sorry, no.
I'm sorry, Mr. Matthew, we may be at cross purposes. I'm going to focus on the date. They were hired in September 2022.
Yes.
And that date was after the claim had been issued and the defence served.
We were not hiring people based upon the court case or the hearing or when it was served. It had it is two independent, different subjects. We were trying to comply with the law, do what's necessary for students, do what's right and true.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew. My lord, that is a convenient moment. And
Yeah,
in order to assist your lordship and Mr. Lovett, and perhaps to give Mr. Matthew some comfort, my aim is to try and be finished with Mr. Matthew at about 5:30. So I may need to go a little bit faster, but half an hour or so should, I hope, bring me towards the end.
Oh, thank you very much. We'll have a 10-minute break, and that means we'll resume at 1400 UK time, 1700 Dubai time.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Lyons, when you're ready.
Mr. Matthew, thank
Yes,
you for
sir.
coming.
Yeah.
Can we go to page 289 of the bundle? And if we can look at marketing staff costs.
Yes.
You say that they're crucial to generating revenue. We found on taking over the business that there was no marketing coordinator on the ground at ICS or PAS. I therefore infer that this role was performed and costs were booked at holding company level. You accept that's an inference you drew?
Yeah, well, I've seen AJIAL, other schools being advertised on big billboards. I've seen that personally. So who's doing it and where is those costs booked? I've seen that being done. So I presume that they do have a marketing in AJIAL, because otherwise somebody's got to be coordinating that. But I've not seen any billboards or anything for Indian Central School. But nevertheless, it was the old days that billboards were important. Now, it's more of social media and things like that.
So because you saw other AJIAL schools advertised, you assume that there was an AJIAL marketing department, did you?
No, not only that, because we have to do marketing for student intake, and Pakistan English School had a whole floor that's empty, and that's number one. Number two, the enrollment in kindergarten was dropping in Indian Central School. Yes, while the school appears to be full, student stays for a long time and they can be full, but if on the bottom, meaning KG early levels, if your student enrollment is not what it should be, then you either have to do something, marketing or improving the school performance or operations or whatever it is. You got to take care of your bottom very, very consciously and deliberately. So I did not see that kind of function happening in Indian Central School or Pakistan English School.
Dr. James is right that there was that ICS did not incur any marketing costs and did not have a marketing coordinator.
Dr. James was doing most of the marketing herself. So yes, they did not have a marketing coordinator.
And they didn't rely on AJIAL for their marketing.
I don't know. I don't know the operations prior to acquisition.
No.
So yeah, I don't know.
And equally, PES did not have a marketing coordinator.
Yeah, no, they did not have.
And they didn't rely on AJIAL either, did they?
No. Did they? So sorry, the second question, they did not rely. I don't know what they relied on AJIAL or no. They did not have a marketing coordinator. That is correct.
And they did not rely on AJIAL for their marketing before the transaction.
I don't know how their operations before the acquisition. I don't know how was control and coordination, what they could do, what they did not do. I don't know that part because we were not allowed access to that school as well prior to the acquisition. So we could not look at job descriptions. Maybe there's somebody playing multiple roles. So we could not validate, we could not see workflows, work procedures, procedure manuals. We didn't have that information. It's only after we acquired the school that we got a much better insight into the actual operations of the school, both schools, ICS and PES.
And similarly, before the transaction completed, AJIAL did not bear any marketing costs on behalf of either ICS or PES.
We'd have to look at AJIAL's books and operational practices to verify that. I've not seen AJIAL's books. I only know the operations after I took over. So I hate to go into detail as to what costs were booked at what level and things like that. You know.
And prior to the transaction, ICS had a government relations officer, didn't it?
They had somebody doing very limited roles, but you really needed, it's a whole function that needs to happen. See, we're trying to say as though, okay, if they had a person, it means that function was happily solved, and that's not reality. One person could be part of the requirement to actually do the function properly. So I would hate to say that, you know, if you had that person, well, it's done, we don't need to do it. No, there was many people from AJIAL supporting. Okay, there was a representative in the school that did some things, yes, but that does not take care of the entire function.
And that representative who was within the school was a Mr. Al Nawaza, wasn't it?
I forget his last name.
His first name, apologies. One moment, Mr. Abu Fadid, if I can pronounce that properly. But anyway, the name is not important. There was a man in the schools prior to completion who acted as ICS's government relations officer.
There was somebody, but when we say government relations, you know, you have to deal with the Ministry of Education, you have to deal with Fire Brigade, you have to deal with Ministry of Social Affairs and Labor. So there is you have to deal with Ministry of Commerce. It is impossible for one person to handle all the functions. So just having a token name filled doesn't indicate that person was handling the entire function as was required by the operations of the school.
And Mr. Al Nawaza, the government relations officer, his salary was paid by ICS prior to the transaction, wasn't it?
There was somebody paid by ICS. Keep aside the name, but somebody was paid from ICS. That is correct.
And then PES also had a government relations officer. His name was Mr. Anwar.
Okay.
You accept there was a government relations officer in PES before the transaction completed?
There was somebody in PES and there was somebody in ICS. There was a person in each place, yes.
And the individual in PES, his salary was paid by PES, wasn't it?
Yes.
And all you have done since is hire a replacement government relations officer for ICS. I'm going to take these.
No. We've hired more people to handle all the various requirements.
Let me ask an omnibus question, a wrapped up question. Let me break it down. You've hired 3 people, one for ICS, one for PES, and one for DAS.
We've hired other people as well for the new schools, but yes, in each school itself there is people. Yeah.
the individual you hired for ICS replaced Mr. Al-Nawaza?
In title or in function?
In title, yes.
We don't know what visa quota we put him in, but we could not swap one person for one person. That was just not practically possible.
And the individual at PES replaced Mr. Anwar, didn't he?
Somebody was replaced, yes. I forget the names, that's why I'm a little...
Okay, and I'm going to suggest to you that the individual you hired for DAS is in fact doing the work for the two new schools.
No, there is additional people in ABS and AIIS. There's so many functions, from dealing with passport issues of individuals, residences. There's Ministry of Social Affairs and Labor. There's Ministry of Private Education, and then there is dealing with Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Interior. You know, it's a major function. You need quite a few people. Unfortunately, the government is not very digital in Kuwait, so you just have to go there, wait in line, do things. It just takes a lot of time.
And I'm also going to put to you that AJIAL did not have a government relations function which assisted IES or PES before the transaction.
No, they had people assisting the schools from AJIAL. They had people.
Then we look at accounting staff costs now.
Which one? Accounting?
Accounting.
Yes.
Do you accept that each of the schools had two people in their accounts team, two in ICS and two in PES?
Well, somebody collecting cash is technically not what we're calling accounting from that sense, but there was a cashier there, yes.
Well, let me be clear. There were two, and I don't accept this language, but I'll use it to help you. There were two cashiers in ICS and two cashiers in PES.
Okay, yes.
And you have terminated both the two cashiers in IES and the two cashiers in PES.
I don't recall terminating. Maybe they resigned and we replaced. I think that's what you mean. I don't remember terminating.
They no longer work for you. Let's be more neutral.
Yeah, there was people there that no longer work for us, and we replaced them and more.
You replaced them with one accountant in PES and one accountant in ICS, didn't you?
We still have the cashier. The cashier function is necessary because when parents come to pay fees, you have to collect the cash. So that person is necessary at the school level. That is correct. But in terms of actually making entries, verifying the accounts and making payment vouchers, paying the bills, processing salary and payroll, you know, all of those things are not done by those cashiers. They're done by the accounting team in Dar es Salaam. That's
before the transaction.
Yes.
The two individuals in ICS and the two individuals in PES undertook all the crucial accounting functions that were required for those two schools.
Absolutely not. Not by a long margin, not even close.
And as Mr. Rashad told the court this morning, the AJIAL accounting team is quite small.
Why does top business make contracts with AJIAL and payments to AJIAL? If they were doing business with ICS, very well those cashiers could have gone, or payments could have been made at the local level. So there's the audit function was handled at the AJIAL level. The books of account, the computer system that records the trial, that has the trial balance, everything's at the AJIAL level, not at the school level.
My question was about the size of the accounting team at AJIAL. Prior to the transaction, the accounting team in AJIAL was quite small, wasn't it?
I don't know the number of people that handle AJIAL accounting. That was not the subject of my acquisition. We were acquiring Dar es Salaam, and we were trying to focus on that, not on the number of people in AJIAL. That was not the objective of our acquisition.
Do you accept that there were 5 or fewer people in AJIAL's head office function?
I don't know how many people there were, really, frankly.
Yes. And if there were 5 or fewer, it would follow mathematically that each person, even if they did what you said, was spending only 1/4 of their time on each school.
See, again, there it's a question of function. You have to get the function correct. The allocation of costs, every company chooses it differently because they should be trying to get the true and fair picture of that organization. But in terms of actual functional responsibility, you need a qualified person or a team who's capable of doing something. Now, once they're capable, they can scale up. They can do more than one school, but you need the core, the foundation to be. I mean, it's like if you're cooking a meal for 10 people or 20 people, you still need the cook, right? I mean, if there's a cook, you have to pay for the cost. But okay, if you're serving 20 people, well, the cost per meal will come down, but you still need that cook. Even if you have just one person coming for dinner, you still need that one cook, whoever it is.
Well, you are in a much more fortunate position than I am, Mr. Matthew, because if I have one person coming for dinner, I cook for them myself. So that's a flip observation, but there's a reality in it there, isn't there? There is a sort of, it would be nice to have a cook, but I can do without one, can't I?
Not really. When I said about the cook, I did not mean to imply anything other than the fact that one person can prepare meals for 20 people or 10 people. That's what. So you need that one person to undertake that function, whether you're going to serve 10 people or 20 people. That's all I meant to communicate.
Mr. Matthew, there were no recruitment expenses incurred by ICS, PES or AJIAL prior to the transaction, were there?
Yeah, I don't think there was much. Very little recruitment expenses, and that also shows why the quality of the teachers or the staff that's being hired were not where they should be. The recruitment practice, the qualifications of the staff were far. It's far from what it should be, and it's very obvious that whoever is recruiting is not following the benchmarks, the qualifications, all of those elements. I mean, you can just hire a body and put them in a class and say, well, I didn't have any recruitment expense. But we're in the social care sectors. I mean, we're entrusted to provide education, not put a body in the class that's not competent to provide that particular service. So that's where we did not have all the operational details. We would have, in a due course, we checked people's qualifications, their English language skill. And we are an English speaking school following an English curriculum. So many teachers didn't speak English properly. So I mean, there's so many gaps. And then you can say, yeah, we had no recruitment expense, but well, you're not doing the function that we're paid to do. We're paid to do certain function in a particular way.
No, but what you wanted to do, Mr. Matthew, is you wanted to do it better than it had been done before.
I wanted to reach a minimum benchmark that was expected of us by the regulations, by the regulators, by common practice. And I realize that this is a grade B school. You can't do it the same way that I run my grade A schools, but I am conscious that we are called to provide a bare minimum level. And when something's below that bare minimum level, it just, I'm just not comfortable, doing that.
No, but you incur, but in order to achieve that bare minimum level, as you saw it, you incurred greater costs than had been being incurred previously.
Depends on where the costs were incurred. If the costs were incurred, AJIAL some costs, then, and it's not reflected here. Well, that's one argument. But in the case of, specifically in the case of recruitment, I know that AJIAL was not doing the recruitment for ICS. I know that. So,
well, that's,
yeah.
That's very helpful, Mr. Matthew. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's look at 1520. Let's look at 1592 as well on the topic of recruitment.
Yes.
This is a letter of intent sent by PES to Farwar Qureshi. And it's dated the 28th of September 2022, isn't it?
Yes.
And you'll see that Ms. Qureshi is offered the position as of lab attendant come G science teacher.
Yes.
Does G science teacher stand for graduate science teacher?
General science teacher.
A general science teacher.
Yeah.
And so Ms. Qureshi was playing two functions. She was a lab attendant and also a science teacher. Yes. And her contract of employment, or sorry, her offer letter does not tell me how much time she's going to spend in those two roles, whether she's going to be 50-50, 70-30, 80-20. That the letter of intent doesn't assist me with that, does it?
It's not expected to. You'd have to look at the class schedules. Where is she at any point in time? How many teaching periods she has? Is she? I mean, labs. First of all, in the middle wing, you don't have labs. Generally, the labs, when you say it's physics, chemistry, biology, that's mostly in the senior wing. But in the middle wing, you don't have a different, physics, chemistry, biology. The teacher is teaching practically. She's teaching practically with tools and available resources that's available to her. It could be in a classroom, it could be in a specific lab, but in the middle wing, you're not specializing in physics, chemistry, biology. So you don't need as many specialist science teachers as you would in high school.
But this is an example of of the lab attendant role being given to somebody who is also a teacher.
No, when we say lab attendant, technically that lab attendant is in the lab in high school. Technically, you have physics lab, chemistry lab, biology. Students need to do experiments. So those labs require that specialist. But in middle school, it's not that specialized. So the role of lab attendant in high school is different than in the middle school. It's much less specialized.
Yes, but it's capable of being performed by a teacher, isn't it?
In middle wing, yeah. In middle wing, you could get by. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, in middle wing, you could, for sure. Yeah, certainly.
And you could have got away with it in high school as well, couldn't you?
Because teachers have a teaching load. It's not that they're not qualified to be a lab attendant. It's because they have a teaching load in high school that takes up their time. It's a specialized subject. You've got grade 9, 10, 11, 12. You've got multiple classes, multiple sections. It's a question of time availability. It's not that if they had just one class teaching, they would be qualified to do definitely in the lab, but I don't think in terms of number of hours, it's practical or feasible in that sense. But in terms of qualification, yeah, they'd be more than qualified.
And thank you, Mr. Matthew. Lastly, I hope lastly, fire licenses.
Yeah.
You have told the court that you had to incur substantial costs in doing an upgrade to fire safety works in 2021.
Yes.
And can I take you to document 1595?
Yes.
And this is a quotation for those fire safety works.
Yes.
And it involves things like the supply and installation of sprinklers, the supply and installation of fire hoses,
yes,
fire extinguishers.
Yes.
And then under B1, the supply and installation of a 2-loop FACP. That's a form of alarm, isn't it?
Yes.
And the supply of exit lights in 3 and smoke detectors in 2.
Yes.
And it continues in a similar vein.
Yes.
And if we go back to the top of the page, we can see that this work is offered for the Indian Central School.
That is correct.
Is it your case, Mr. Matthew, that the Indian Central School had none of these things in it prior to July 2021?
That is correct.
So prior to July 2021, there were no sprinklers in the Indian Central School.
That is correct.
There were no fire hoses. There were no fire extinguishers. There was no fire alarm. And there were no smoke detectors.
I don't recall each and every item, but it was not the pipes for the sprinklers, and those were definitely not there. I don't remember each and every item.
And this building, we've been told, Mr. Matthew, opened in 2018, didn't it?
That is correct, yes.
And from it opening in 2018 through to the date of the sale,
yes,
5,000 pupils of the ICS
yes,
went about their business in that building.
that is correct.
And then from September 2019 to March of 2020, 5,000 pupils of the Indian Central School went about their business in this building.
Yes.
And then when the school reopened in September 2021,
yes,
this work had still not been completed, had it?
In September 2021, yeah, September 20, it was not completed, that is correct.
I think the work completes sometime in April of 22.
Yeah, not April, we did it in the summer. Yeah,
Well,
construction work in the summer, yeah.
Well, let's be clear about this. You get a quote on the 7th of July 2021, don't you?
Yeah.
We can see that.
Yeah.
And then if we just move through.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Matthew, optimistically put my bundle away. It's a lesson to all of us for not being too optimistic. 1594. A month and a half later,
Yes.
you issue your purchase order to get this work done.
Yes.
And if you look at 1609, you get a sense of how the payments have been made. There's a payment on the 26th of October 21.
Yes.
And that is for 30% of the purchase price. And I'm not going to take you back to it, but for his lordship's note, 1594, 30% is payable when the materials are delivered. A further 25% is payable after the project has been completed. So that further 25% appears to be paid on the 20th of April. So I'm going to suggest to you that this work was not completed until the 20th of April 2022.
Well, most of the construction, which we wanted to do it in the summertime, because that's when the school is not functioning. There's no student traffic. We had to put scaffolding to get and put in pipes. So we wanted to get the bulk of the work done that would disrupt student flow, and we didn't want to do that. So that bulk of the work was done in the summer of 2021. Now there's pending works, a little bit of touch up or things that we go and inspect and say, well, you didn't install this or you didn't install that. When we tell them, that can be done later on, but the majority of the work that requires a disruption in traffic, we wanted to get that done in the summer. So we did get that done in the summer.
I'm going to disagree with you, Mr. Matthew, because although the quote comes on the 7th of July, you don't authorise the work until the 19th of August, do you? That's the date of the purchase order.
Not really. The purchase order is just a reflection of finalizing the detail, but the contractor had to begin the work, and that's when we issued the contract. They began, but then we were bargaining for the price or trying to get them to show us the where they're buying the material from. So those kind of paperwork could happen independent of the actual construction work. So the construction work was done in the summer of 2021. That's the critical thing. When the summer days were there, yeah.
No, Mr. Matthew. The first payment, we go to 1594.
Mr. Lyons, I was there.
The first payment.
Yes.
You go down, Mr. Fair, please.
Yes.
Was due upon approval of the technical layout. That was made on the 30th of August 2021. The second payment is made when all materials are delivered. That was on the 26th of October 2021. And the third payment is after project completion, and that's on the 20th of April 2021. For your lordship's note, I was taking those dates from 1609. This work was not completed until April 2022, was it?
We did not sign off on the work that was done, is a better way to characterize it. The work was substantially completed in the summer. There was pending issues, a snag list. Then they had to go and bring the fire brigade and get the inspections done. So those kind of things that don't disrupt students or teachers. So we were conscious every year, to do the bulk of the work in the summertime, and touch up could be done later.
Mr. Matthew, I'm going to suggest it is entirely incredible that a school with 5,000 children had been allowed to operate without basic fire safety systems since October 2018. Can I suggest that the parents of the pupils would not allow that to happen? Can I suggest that the staff of the school would not allow that to happen?
No, Mr. Lyons, these are simple people. They're not well off. They're simple people, and it's up to us to recognize that and do what's necessary.
Dr. James is not a simple person, and she would not have put up with a school without a fire alarm system, would she?
Dr. James was not there in the summer, number one. Number two, this was AJIAL's responsibility to complete the building and then get what's called a provisional license. And what a provisional license does is it gives you a license to operate, but they make notes or observations and they tell you, before we give you the final license, please take care of all these issues. So I mean, government in that sense is a little bit lenient in that, okay, they can, if they want to be strict, they can say, we will not even give you a provisional license, but they gave you a provisional license. So that gave you time to do what's necessary.
Mr. Matthew, I'm not talking about licenses. I'm talking about the reaction of an experienced principal who is in a school, on your evidence, without a fire safety system. She would not have allowed that to happen. She wouldn't have allowed that to happen in 2018, in 2019, in the first part of 2020, would she?
This is, with all respect, this is a principal that does a lot of hard work, but in terms of duties that should be done by head office, a principal is not expected. Yes, if she had known, I'm sure she would have done something about it, but I don't think she gets fire license copies because that's done by AJIAL is my thing. But
Mr. Matthew, this is not about fire licenses. You are telling us that there are no hose reels, no fire extinguishers, no fire alarm system, no sprinklers. That would have been patently obvious to Dr. James. It would have been patently obvious to the ministry inspectors. Dr. James told us there are ministry building inspectors. It would have been patently obvious to all of them, and yet no one raises a voice, do they?
Mr. Lyons, when we came in, we had 10,000 cockroaches. It's obvious to anybody who visited, but who's going to act and who's going to clean it is the question.
Well, let me tell you somebody who would have spotted that there was no fire alarm system. That is a man with a professional qualification in civil engineering, isn't it?
No.
When he entered that building, Mr. Matthew, would have spotted the absence of a fire alarm system. He would have spotted the absence of sprinklers. He would have spotted the absence of fire extinguishers. He would have spotted the absence of fire hoses, and he would have spoken up, wouldn't he?
You see, just because you have a cupboard with a hose reel inside does not send you a signal that the whole system is not working. So you can see something and says, well, it looks there. And when you don't go up the ceiling and open the false ceiling and see if there's a red pipe in there. First of all, we did not have access to the school prior to acquisition. And even post acquisition, we did not go over the ceilings and check whether the whole system is working. Number two, even cameras in the school. Yeah, you had a device that showed that you should be recording, but that device doesn't keep 6 months of footage, but it should keep as per the ministry regulations. So there are cameras in some places, there are cameras, but you know, it's sketchy. But the very fact that the ministry gave you observations that you had to clean up before the final license is an indication that you need to do it. That's number one. Number two, when we went to renew the license, that's when the ministry were strict with us. By then we were the owners, and the ministry said, you need to do all of these things. I mean, we didn't do it because we detected something is wrong by our inspection. When we went for the license renewal, that's when we checked what the fire brigade was saying, then it was obvious that we had to clean it up and get it up to speed as fast as we can. So when we could do that, we did it.
Mr. Matthew, I'm now confused by your evidence. I think what you're trying to tell me is that there were, in fact, fire alarms and were in fact sprinklers in the building at 2018, but they didn't work. Is that now what you're saying to me?
Physical objects are there. Okay, they were not licensed as a full final license. You have to have a full, not a provisional license, but you need the full final license. And that was known in 2017.
Mr. Matthew, I understand the licensing position, but I'm very, very keen to understand what was there in a physical and practical sense. Was there a fire alarm system in the building in 2018?
I don't recall every device at different points in time. You know, I don't just recall the count or the instruments, the equipment that was installed here and there. There was something, otherwise I don't believe they could have gotten a provisional license with nothing. Something they would have. Sure.
Don't worry about the license, Mr. Matthew. Imagine when you as a civil engineer enter that building for the first time in 2019. You would have, the hairs on the back of your neck would have stood up if you didn't see some form of fire alarm, wouldn't it?
If I didn't see some form of
fire alarm.
There were, you know, fires always with red equipment. There was red equipment, but the fire alarm never went off. Yeah, I mean there could be a hose, the cage outside. You know, there was equipment like that there, but.
So there was equipment in the building in 2019 when you took over?
There should have been. I don't recall. There should have been. There must have been, simply because otherwise you would not get a provisional license.
Well, no, more than that, Mr. Matthew. You as a civil engineer would have spotted immediately this building was not safe. Isn't that the point?
Mr. Lyons, I have a civil engineering degree. I don't practice as a civil engineer. It's been 25 years and I've never done a fire inspection. I rely on fire professionals, qualified, certified, to advise, and that's what I do. I'm not a fire brigade inspector.
You are far more attuned as a man with your qualifications to these kind of issues than your average individual, and you'd have spotted the total lack of fire safety systems. What I'm going to suggest to you is, in fact, there were fire safety systems in the building in 2019. Those fire safety systems were operative. And what happened in 2021 is you simply upgraded those systems, and you're trying to pass that buck now to my client.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, because in 2017, your client already knew that they needed to do some things. There's letters to that evidence. Why your clients chose not to do it or provision for it, that's a conversation with your clients. Sorry, I just had to comply. And when I was given notice that the ministry will not renew the fire license unless these things are done, I just went and did it in the most opportune time. It was as simple as that.
And Mr. Matthew, although you say all of that, you have produced none of your correspondence with the ministry. You have not shown any breach, any letter suggesting there is a breach. You have not explained who at the ministry called you up. There is a simple hole in your evidence. And the reason there is a hole in your evidence is because you want to try and cover up the fact that this was a mere upgrade and not a piece of remedial work that was required to be done.
No, totally not. Usually it's the fire service contractors that do it because they're licensed to do the maintenance. So when they are not able, when they need to renew the fire license, and when they're unable to, they'll come and tell you, look, the government is saying this, you need to do this. And then when we dig down, is it a new report or is it not a new report? That's when you start digging deeper, but otherwise it's given to a specialized, we're not allowed to do fire maintenance services in our school. We have to have the qualified professional from the government, certified by the government to do the fire maintenance.
Mr. Matthew, I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Lovett, do you have any re-examination?
My lord, I just have one re-examination question, if I may.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Matthew, one of the many times during cross-examination that Mr. Lyons has questioned your integrity, wrongly, in my submission, was in relation to the top business account. Now, I want to take you to Mr. Rashad's fourth witness statement, and that's at page 340. But before I do that, I'd like to just to tell you what Mr. Lyons said to you just before the lunch break, just to remind you of the context in which I'm putting my question. And for the transcript, this is at page 98 of the transcript, paragraph 14, and I quote, "Let me put it this way, Mr. Matthew, you have received 17,500 KD from TOP, and accordingly, TOP has paid the full amount of the 125,000 KD due under the contract." And that was his question to you. Now, what I'd like to do is now take you to Mr. Rashad's statement, his fourth statement, at paragraph 13. Mr. Rashad, his evidence is, sorry, paragraph 13, as the top statement of account records, AJIAL was able to persuade Top Business to pay a further Kuwaiti dinars 45,000 in December 2019, but ultimately AJIAL management agreed a discount of 17,500 Kuwaiti dinar, which is recorded in the top statement of account on the 2nd of July 2020. Now, that statement was provided by Mr. Rashad on the 15th of June this year. My question to you is, can you tell the court whether or not this is the first time that you learnt that the 17,500 KD had been written off by AJIAL management?
Yes, very recently. I don't know if it was in the third or fourth witness statement somewhere. Yeah, because Mr. Lyons said they gave us 17,500, and that's why I said I was sketchy. I said, let me check with accounts. But now it makes sense. Yeah, that they didn't give us money. It's a discount, is what Mr. Rashad himself is saying.
Thank you. I have no further re-examination, Your Honor, my lord.
Well, thank you, Mr. Matthew. That's the end of your evidence, and you're free to go now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now it's 10 to the hour. 10 to 6, I think, by time. Do you want to start, get the formalities of the next witness out of the way so we don't lose time?
I mean, my lord, I'm in your lordship's hands. Mr. Al-Falal is not scheduled to start till tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't want to hold him in Purda overnight just for the fun of it. And I think I can probably get him done in an hour and a half, according with the timetable, tomorrow morning. I'm conscious I think I owe Mr. Lovett 12 minutes. So on the bet we're clocking up, I'm there. But
I thought it was about 20 minutes. But anyway, you can finish. You can finish him by about 1:15 Dubai time if you start tomorrow morning.
I probably need fractionally more than an hour and a quarter. So it all depends whether your lordship is prepared to let me go until 1:30 and I repay Mr. Lovett in the expert phase, or whether your lordship wants me to play catch up now.
I'm going to play by your agreed rules. But I don't mind if it's probably not worth starting a witness with 10 minutes to go. But if the result is that he's in Purda, but it depends whether you actually want him out of Purda overnight.
I'm not feeling that mean, if I'm honest, my lord.
Well, I wonder whether we just get the formalities out of the way, and then we don't lose 10 minutes.
That makes a lot of sense, my lord. Let's do that.
Well, let's have the next witness. It's Mr. Alfale. I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
Mr. Al-Falah,
Alfale.
my lord. Al-Falah.
Is Mr. Al-Falah witness? Sorry, present?
Is Mr. Alfale here?
He is, my lord. We're just seating him in a room next door.
Frankly, if I can just say this, if all he's done will have done by then is to adopt his witness statements, I can't see that that necessarily puts him in purdah, because he's doing no more than really just confirming the documents in court. So if that's comfort to either of you, so be it. Yes, is it Mr. Al-Falah?
Yes, my lord.
Saeed, can you do the necessary, please?
Yes, of course. Mr. Falah, please state your full name and occupation for the court record.
My name is Ahmed Al-Falah, and I am an Executive Vice President, Private Equity for the Securities House.
Perfect. And will you be swearing or affirming today?
I'll swear.
Perfect. Can you keep your right hand on the holy book? Thank you. Please repeat after me. I swear by the Almighty God
I swear by the Almighty God
to tell the truth,
to tell the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Falah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Lovett.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Al-Falah, you've made 2 witness statements in connection with this litigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to call up the first witness statement, which starts on page 270 of the bundle. That's your first witness statement? Is that correct?
Yes.
And that statement consists of 10 pages. And if I could take you to the 10th page, which is on page 279. Is that your name and signature?
Yes.
And can you confirm that the contents of that first witness statement are true?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll take you now to your second witness statement, which is on page 319 of the bundle. And as we scroll down, is that your second witness statement?
Yes.
And this statement consists of a further 7 pages, and the last page is on page 325 of the bundle. Can you confirm that that is your name and signature?
Yes.
And can you confirm that the contents of that second witness statement are also true?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Falah.
Thank you, Mr. Lovett. Mr. Lyons, do you want to wait till tomorrow morning, or do you want 10 minutes, 5 minutes now?
Why don't I just take 5 minutes? There's a few introductory things which I could helpfully do with Mr. Al-Falah.
I thought it would be.
Mr. Al-Falah, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to start by looking at your CV, if I may. And that is at page 280 of the bundle. And I wonder whether we could start at the bottom of the document. You are educated at Babson College in the United States, where you hold a business administration degree. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you tell us you spent some time with Goldman Sachs in London.
Yes.
Was that a form of internship?
Correct.
And you then say in your witness statement that your first professional role was with Kuwait Petroleum.
Correct.
and then you move to Agility Logistics. Can I suggest to you that before December 2008, you can't have had any experience with education transactions because neither Kuwait Petroleum nor Agility Logistics are related to the education sector?
Yes.
You then join National Bank of Kuwait, NBK Capital, where you are for just over 8 years, sorry, just under 8 years. And you list the transactions you work on. And we can see about halfway down the page, deals managed, : and then we can see some reference to the Al Road International Schools.
Correct.
That is a school group in Saudi Arabia, isn't it?
Correct.
And it's a school group which focuses on the British and American curricula.
Yes.
And therefore it's a school group that charges quite high fees.
It wasn't not that high. I mean, it's all relative, right?
All things are relative. I accept that, Mr. Al-Falah. You then join AMAN Investment in February of 2016.
Correct.
And the only education deal listed on that part of your CV executed 2 majority deal transactions within education and F&B. Can I suggest that the education transaction is the present transaction, the purchase of Dar Al Salam?
Yes, one of them is Dar Salam, and the other one is a nursery group.
A nursery.
Pre-K.
Absolutely. Okay. And so, and did the nursery transaction, did that happen before the DAS transaction or after it?
Before.
So your experience, Mr. Al-Falah, of education transactions before the DAS transaction was the one Saudi transaction, which we were looking at a moment ago, and the one pre-kindergarten transaction.
Yes. Just to kind of note though, obviously the companies I worked for, especially MBK Capital, had other school investments, but the one I mentioned was the one I was a bit more active on than the others. So clearly we understand, we see schools, or at least we have some experience on how they operate. But as I said earlier, different schools have different curricula, different ways of operating. But just to kind of add to that.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Falah, that was helpful. And then the transaction in question, which we're dealing with today, was the acquisition of the shares in DAS.
Yes.
And DAS owned 2 existing schools, the Indian Central School and the Pakistani English School.
Yes, and the buildings under construction.
Yes, and they were also building 2 new schools, weren't they?
2 new buildings, I'd say at the time, earmarked to be schools.
They were building buildings. I think that's an inherently logical piece, but it had gone further than that, hadn't it, Mr. Al-Falah? They had begun talking to the ministry about licensing those 2 buildings as new schools.
I'm not sure, what stage in terms of licensing, but it could have been for 2 schools, it could have been for 1 school.
Okay.
It was optional at the time because they're sort of connected in a way.
But when you were buying the shares in DAS, it was your intention to open 1 or 2 new schools.
Yes, because it's a big campus. That was the plan.
So you were not just buying PES and ICS, you were buying a future opportunity.
Yes, but it was, as I said earlier, they were just buildings.
I understand that, and tomorrow morning we're going to get on to the exciting topic of valuations, but there we are. And the sellers, my clients, were advised by KPMG. Is that right, Mr. Alfalar? My clients were advised by KPMG in the transaction.
Yes.
And KPMG put forward an investment overview, which is a document 737.
Yes.
And can I show you at 741? In the first bullet point, we find reference to ICS and PES. You see that?
Yes.
You see under the heading strong growth prospects.
That's the way they're marketing it, correct.
That's the way they're marketing. The company's recently constructed and renovated the ICS and PES buildings and has secured an approval from the Ministry of Education for 2 new schools.
That's what they said, but I don't recall seeing any licenses.
No, but I understand. I recognise there's always an element of puff, marketing speak, in these kind of documents. But KPMG are not known to lie, are they?
I don't know how to answer that. There are cases. Well, if you look at
let me leave that for his lordship. And then may I show you page 746? This is a cash flow forecast, and again, I accept it's produced by the buyers. Sorry, by the sellers, and you can see from the EBITDA line, which is the line 2 from the 1 from the bottom. I'm begging Miss Flett, where Miss Flett has put the electronic hand, that the EBITDA is forecast to increase quite dramatically from 1.465 in 2016 to 6 million in 2026-27.
Yes, I see that.
And if you go to the third bullet point, tuition fee income is expected to increase from, and then you get the numbers. This growth is mainly due to increasing capacity for existing schools and addition of 2 schools starting from September 2018 onwards. So the schools are hoped to come online in September 2018, and they're going to create some serious revenue growth. You accept that's what's there?
That's what's written here, yes.
Yes. And if we go to 747, we can see a timeline, and you can see that KPMG, perhaps optimistically, thought you could move from the investment overview to fulfilling the pre-closing conditions within an 11-week period.
That's what's stated here, correct.
And we know it took a bit longer than that, didn't it?
I mean, depends when do we start. I'm not sure. This is, this is at some point in time, but yes.
Yes.
Action took longer.
I think it took quite a lot longer than 11 weeks. My lord, that is a convenient place to stop if that suits your lordship.
That's very helpful, thank you. Do you want the witness to be in Purdah overnight with the limited amount you've done so far?
I don't insist upon it, and if Mr. Lovett says that he needs to take instructions, then I'm happy to take Mr. El-Fala out of Purdah, but perhaps Mr. Lovett could address your lordship.
Oh, I'll say this, Mr. El-Fala, don't talk about the case overnight, please. But if Mr. Lovett wants to ask you specific questions, he will be the judge of whether it is appropriate, and you can answer his questions.
Okay.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. And no doubt, if such a thing does happen, you will tell Mr. Lyons not the content of the conversation, but the fact that it's taken place.
I think it's fair to say, my lord, that such a conversation will be very unlikely, but I will tell Mr. Lyons if it does occur.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll resume at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning UK. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning UK time, 12 o'clock Dubai time. Can I just ask you, the witnesses that are lined up for tomorrow after this witness, experts, which experts are we dealing with? Law or accountancy?
I think, and I'm just checking with Miss Dumas, who is the master of ceremonies, but I think we are proposing to put our quantum experts on first. Is that right?
Yeah.
I'm getting a nod, yes. The idea is to put the quantum expert on first, if that suits your lordship.
Anything suits me, provided I know. You happy with that, Mr. Lovett?
Well, we were thinking, my lord, and I don't want to be difficult, but we were thinking that to finalise the law before the quantum was the logical way to proceed. And it does seem that perhaps the legal part may be the less detailed and controversial, notwithstanding the fact that as yet we don't have the joint agreed statement, but our understanding was that the more logical course would be quantum last.
I hear Mr. Lovett, my lord, and I have two concerns. One is that we had told the law experts to deliver their joint expert report by lunchtime tomorrow, by 12 o'clock tomorrow. So if we start with the law experts, we will not have a great deal of time to digest their joint report. The second point is that I have a suspicion that Dr. Alisali, my expert, has some medical treatment tomorrow, but I can't be sure of that. I'll need to check.
Well, I can see some sense in having the law experts first for the reason Mr. Lovett mentions. On the other hand, I don't want to inconvenience the individuals concerned. I'll tell you what, when we stop, could you have a chat between yourselves and with your experts if necessary, see whether they can produce any joint agreement by, say, 10 o'clock tomorrow or even overnight. And if they can, and if there's no medical hindrance, then proceed with the law experts. Would that be sensible?
Very happy with that, my lord. And if your lordship would like, we can drop the registry an email, and that perhaps can be passed to your lordship so you know what's coming.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you very much. Well, we'll resume.
Thank you, my lord.
We'll resume at 12 o'clock Dubai time tomorrow. Thank you.